A man from Huntsville, Alabama, caught the bug for helping people when he mowed an elderly neighbor's lawn. That turned into a nonprofit called Raising Men and Women Lawn Care Service.
Yeah, the idea here is kids learning the value of service and many deserving people ending up with their grass cut. That same man is now crisscrossing the country with his lawnmower and for a great cause.
Jamie Edmonds was there for his stop in Michigan, where he was the one who was surprised.
My true purpose in life, and that's helping people.
Smith has crossed the country 8 times previously, mowing 50 lawns in 50 states. Each time he picks a deserving group of people. This year, it's Gold Star families, Purple Heart recipients, POWs, and veterans.
I believe it's important to honor our veterans because we should honor our veterans while they're here. They have sacrificed so much for this country, and it's only right that we give back where we can. And my way of giving back is by mowing free lawns, and I'm honored here today to mow for another veteran.
Tonight at 11 o'clock, a neighborhood nightmare for residents in a local apartment complex as a tenant goes on a non-stop rampage, terrorizing his neighbors and trashing everything in sight.
And the cops said they can't do nothing.
We was waking up because of the music, and then probably like around 3:30, he started throwing things out his window.
Shannon and Antonio say the loud music started at midnight last night, but things quickly escalated.
Started throwing it in our kids' room window. So candles was thrown through the window, and he threw a bottle of wine.
Shannon and Antonio say they called police, who came out to the complex 6 times.
And we felt the cops and them didn't take it serious because they came multiple times.
Breaking over a dozen windows and leaving a trail of damage behind.
So I'm like, okay, what's going on? Is he a threat to himself? Because we've never seen him act like this. And obviously he's bloody, and it got like that.
A surveillance camera capturing a man lighting a truck on fire and then pedaling away. It's the latest in a string of more than 24 car fires in one local neighborhood. Tonight, police believe they have arrested a serial arsonist.
This is what's left of the latest vehicle to be lit on fire in the Sunland, Tujunga area, and police are hoping it's the last.
This video is from this morning. A man pours an accelerant on the hood of a pickup truck, lights it on fire, and takes off. He was arrested shortly afterwards. The truck belongs to Rich Poquet.
I'm heartbroken. I really like this truck.
It's been a rough couple of weeks for Rich. He just got home after a 3-week stay in the hospital that saw him lose his foot. He and his wife were looking forward to getting back out and driving the truck they bought just a few months ago.
My wife came in and said the truck was on fire, and she said something about arson and ran back out because the police were chasing him. And that's when I was able to get out here in the wheelchair and sit at the front door and watch it burn.
When I saw the cops, I was like, oh my gosh, we are like a victim of that arsonist. So it was just so random. You know, everyone says it's never going to happen to you, but maybe you shouldn't think that.
I hope you die in prison as well.
A couple from Georgia have just been sentenced to 100 years in prison for SA and CA their adopted children for up to 3 years and sell them to other men. This is horrible. William Dale Zulock, 33, and Zachary Jacoby Zulock, 35, are a gay couple who adopted 2 boys in 2018, aged 3 and 5 respectively. This disgusting couple, often SA 2 boys behind closed doors, and recorded the process for the production of a children's film. They used social media to sell their 2 children to at least 2 men. In 2021, 27-year-old Hunter Lawless was arrested for carrying a large amount of CP materials and participating in child trafficking. He told investigators that these materials were obtained from the father of these boys, Zachary. The police raided the couple's home and found thousands of photos and videos showing them SA their 2 adopted sons and even selling them to other men. This is another man involved in the case, who paid the couple to treat 2 boys at will in the terror house they created. Now, this couple has been sentenced to 100 years in prison each, with no possibility of parole, but praying for these 2 poor children. I can't imagine how much pain and torment these 2 boys have endured. It's so heartbreaking.
Digging up debt after an apparent dirty move by a client. 2 tradies send in the heavies after they claim a bill was underpaid.
Away from my bobcat, I'm digging my driveway. 1 second. I'm digging this out. I'm going to talk to you 1 second. Are you going to pay the money?
The concreters used a bulldozer and power tools to destroy their own work, saying the Clare homeowner owed them $3,500 for concreting his driveway.
Done a job. We had an agreed price, to be paid.
I said, well, I'm going to collect my materials for $3,500 worth. And he said, okay, come and do it. basically.
Police say while officers were called to the scene, the tradies did nothing wrong and nobody has been charged. As for the bill, it's now being paid in full. While there were no repercussions this time, legal experts say contractors should think twice before taking matters into their own hands.
There's lots of alternatives short of exposing yourself to potentially being charged with trespass or property damage or something like that.
Come home and my driveway's gone.
Tonight, deputies are investigating after someone ran off with an Orange County woman's driveway while she was at work.
Amanda Brochu isn't exaggerating. What used to be a concrete slab outside 1438 Bethesda Street is now a patch of dirt that
The family was already on the clock because they're trying to buy another house. They say this has put that in jeopardy.
Brochu says it all started when she put her home up for sale. Strange contractors started coming by, measuring her driveway. Her son counted 5 of them. Brochu called law enforcement.
After the cops spoke to them, they called me back. And they said that he said it was a mistake. He just got the address wrong. Nothing else will happen again.
1 week later, this image from Brochu's doorbell camera captured a bulldozer tearing out the concrete and hauling it away.
Utter shock. I've never seen this before. I've never had this happen to myself or anyone in our office.
Real estate agent Rocky Sanchez is helping Brochu sell her home.
The farm is not part of the HOA's property. An HOA is suing a nearby family farm for damaging the value of their property, even though the farm was there first. According to a Reddit post by the farm's 6th generation owner, the farm next to him was sold to a developer who built a bunch of mini mansions that back right up to his farm. So the HOA insists it has the right to inspect his farm, even though it's not on their property, and files weekly complaints about the owner's equipment and outbuildings. The problem, of course, is that a tractor is not an abandoned old car on blocks in a driveway. It's an active piece of farm equipment. The field is being worked. The tractor is necessary. And also, the farm is not on the HOA's property. Nevertheless, the HOA has trespassed on the farmer's land multiple times, including to inspect a barn to make sure it met HOA rules. Rules it is not subject to, because I cannot stress this enough, the farm is not on the HOA's property! But the HOA is now fining the farmer $1,000 a day anyway until he removes the offending structures and machinery. Naturally, when the farmer sent a threat back, the HOA lost its mind and called the county sheriff, which in turn informed them that, say it with me, the farm is not part of the HOA's property!
Padlocking the spigot outside the apartment complex she manages.
I was shocked that someone would actually sneak in, steal your water, and then just turn around and leave like it's normal.
I learned she and her renters have caught people in the act 3 times over the last few weeks, filling up 5-gallon jugs. Now locked, they can't do it anymore, but that means her tenants can't use the spigot either. She tells me at least once the thief left and walked right across the street. I went to find out what they knew. They didn't want to talk, claimed they didn't live there.
Who does live here? Do you know the owner?
Don't disrespect my space.
Are you going to talk to me at all about who owns the house or anything? We're just trying to be fair, man.
Neighbors say the homeowner is trying to get the people kicked off the property. Utilities have been cut off to the home, thus the need for water.
We're not even allowed to run the sprinklers because of the cost of water. Why should someone else get our water for free?
Police found a woman pushing the child in a swing at Wills Memorial Park.
Police have removed the swing where this child, a boy, was found deceased this morning. He was in a swing just like this one. Authorities also believe that the mother was pushing this young boy all through the night. Friday morning at the usually quiet Willis Memorial Park was anything but normal.
I just seen a bunch of cops, a bunch of police.
But when Scott Blackburn, a father of a young boy who lives behind the park, found out what happened,
I don't even know how to process that, you know?
He couldn't believe it.
It's just sad. It's the only word I can think of.
Just before 7 a.m., officers got a call about a woman who had been pushing her toddler on the swing for an unusually long period of time.
And we think she was there as of yesterday. We don't know if she ever left during the night. It doesn't appear that she did.
Immediately, officers realized the 3-year-old boy was deceased with no obvious signs of trauma. He was transported to the chief medical examiner's office in Baltimore to determine the cause of death.
4 years ago, during the COVID crisis, Martin and his wife set up a free water stand in front of their house as a goodwill gesture.
What's up, Larry? Hey, Dave.
Inviting neighbors, kids, and delivery drivers to stop by every day to grab a cold one. But the goodwill gesture appears to have hit a snag. Back in May, the Martins received a notice from FS Residential, the management company that oversees the Canyon Trails Homeowners Association. The Martins were cited for storing items in plain view and were fined $50. The fines were increased to $100 a month in June, July, and August.
It's absolutely asinine. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't care that it...
Arizona's family has reached out to the HOA and management company and asked them to explain their position and whether there could be some type of resolution, but we have not heard back. Martin says even if the fines continue to climb,
What's up, Sean?
He won't stop giving out free water.
I'm going to continue to take care of the community in the best way I can.
Took another step out.
Loneliness. It often follows the death of a spouse. That was true for a 94-year-old man from Morris, Minnesota, but it's what he did about it that sent Boyd Hooper on the road for tonight's Land of 10,000 Stories.
At 94, the judge has reached a decision as he pondered a backyard addition and took the plunge.
It's 16 by 32, the pool itself.
Deep into missing his Evie, the judge had had enough silence. Hard to be lonely, he reckoned, if he surrounded himself with kids.
You're welcome. Come again, Ireland.
Judge Davison requires a parent or grandparent to be present when kids are swimming. The pool fence was installed yesterday. The judge says the kids won't be having all the fun. He still enjoys swimming himself and plans for plenty of pool time after the children go home.
Home employee now charged with several felonies, and it comes after we showed you this disturbing video of him attempting to steal from a resident.
She was a resident at Symphony, an assisted living facility in Olmsted Falls. And this was her maintenance man.
It makes me sick. It makes me feel guilty that I didn't notice this sooner.
Family members wanted to remain anonymous, but they were furious when they say the facility didn't fire the maintenance man despite their video evidence. Well, now that maintenance man, 59-year-old Joseph Yanarella, has been indicted on several felony charges, including burglary, aggravated theft, and attempted theft from a protected class. The family told detectives they noticed money was missing out of their mother's purse 3 times. That's when they decided to install a Ring camera. Unfortunately, the grandmother didn't live long enough to get justice. She passed away in July. But her kids tell me they know she is grateful that this man has now been charged.
Take a look at this. Dogs not on a leash went on the attack, and the postal employee, as you can see, did what he had to do. He jumped on the first thing to keep himself safe. Luckily, he's okay physically, but the truck sustained some damage, which the Postal Service denied.
I'm glad that he was safe and he didn't get bit and he was able to get away from danger. And I did ask him, first thing I said when I came out of the house, are you okay? Did you get bit? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine, as he was so shook up.
This happened back on September the 9th. When the mailman jumped on his truck, he accidentally left behind several scratches and scuffs on the two-tone custom paint job. Marcus reached out to the Postal Service in hopes of paying for the repairs, totaling more than $4,400. After all, as you can see, he had video proof of the situation. In February, the Postal Service denied his request.
Anderson Community School leaders admit administrators left for the day around 4 o'clock, locking up, leaving the second grader alone inside until deputies got here just before 6:30. By this time, Larry says she was outside the school, growing more concerned. She says Demarion's asthma flares up without nightly treatments.
He has asthma. He could have needed water. He could have needed medical attention, anything. And nobody there. Obviously, nobody checked on him.
No adult deliberately tried to leave the child alone and ignore the child in a room. Somehow, no adult observed the child's presence in any room.
Superintendent Dr. Felix Chow says since the incident, the school has changed its policy. Now students will be escorted by an adult from point A to point B. But Dr. Chow wouldn't comment on who's at fault.
I'm very grateful to God and to the child that no one is hurt. The child is safe.
The caller asking when she was moving out.
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, I bought your house in an upset bid."
This was news to Rogers. She had already paid off her Pitt County home of 12 years.
So I kind of thought it was a joke.
But she soon found out this was no trick. Her home, valued at $413,000, was sold for just $221,000. It turns out her HOA foreclosed on her home 11 months ago, after it says Rogers didn't pay her dues.
Well, why didn't you pay the $1,400? What's your response to that?
That's all I hear. And I say, I would have if I known.
Rogers claims she had no idea she was in an HOA. She also says she got no notice of the debt or the foreclosure or even of the sale.
No one ever came to your door. No one ever called you. No one ever sent you an email saying you owed this much.
No.
And she never signed the official papers.
The HOA never served her lawsuit papers. They just didn't do it. That is fatal.
Cole O'Kelly couldn't believe it.
I bought this for my 2-year-old little girl.
This mom turned mama bear real quick. Her toddler's toy held a sick secret. This Monster Jam souvenir contains a symbol, a disgusting calling card for creeps. This is a code for pedophiles.
This is pink. This is geared towards little girls, especially at a predominantly male event.
This toy wasn't made far, far away. It was designed in our own Tampa Bay backyard. And here's how the deviant undercover language works. When a pedophile sees children with the heart symbol, it's code, meaning this child is ready to be traded for sex. Talk about turning your stomach. Pasco detective Anthony Bassone, he tells us the heart targets girls, the triangles, little boys. This toy, basically a big neon sign that a pedophile would give a child so another sicko would notice them.
The federal government spends billions of dollars on school lunches, but more and more of that food is now winding up in the trash.
Although at schools around the U.S., students throw away on average $4 million worth. School lunches are no longer what they used to be. For starters, there's a salad bar, and almost every carb you see is whole wheat. Every meal contains the same formula: meat, grain, veggies, and fruit. Here's a picture a KCK teacher snapped last summer of a school dumpster. Underneath the computers are piles of unused milk cartons and fruit. A district spokesperson says they overestimated the amount of students that day, and they're obligated to toss the perishable food. Just because districts have to serve the fruit and veggies doesn't mean students have to eat it. Over 1 million students in Kansas and Missouri eat school lunch. This year, 2 schools in southeast Missouri opted out of the school nutrition program. Schmidt doesn't see districts changing up the menu anytime soon.
It's pretty wasteful. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't have enough food to eat, and these kids are throwing it away.
It's the way I survive right now.
Leticia Monroe is a disabled single mom whose only source of income is public assistance, which she receives on an EBT card. Last month, when she checked her balance on the day her funds are deposited, she learned that thieves had taken nearly all of it, almost $700, leaving the Loma Linda resident with just $6.51 to pay her bills.
I was devastated. I think I was in tears all morning.
Last month, 16 people were charged in a massive EBT fraud scheme in LA County. Prosecutors say the crooks created cloned cards with victims' account information and were able to steal hundreds of thousands in cash benefits, mostly through the use of skimming devices. Monroe says her card was never out of her possession. And a state spokesperson tells me they are actively working to reimburse victims. But the state cautions if this happens again to a victim of fraud within a 3-year period, they will not get that money back.
Wearing just sweats and sneakers, this pizza delivery guy is trudging back to his car after making a delivery. A police officer has a question for him.
You delivering a pizza, bro? Did you get a good tip?
$2.
How much was their order?
$40.
$40 and a $2 tip.
Yep, that's a 5% tip.
Are you kidding me?
Officer Richard Craig is plenty outraged.
Cold-blooded. $2. Look at this man. This man walked through hell and high water to deliver a pizza. Do better, folks. Do better, be better.
Officer Craig actually offered Connor $15 of his own money. Then he came up with a bold idea. Start a GoFundMe drive. It's working. Donations are pouring in. More than $11,000. A far cry from that original tight-fisted 5% tip. It's now a 27,500% tip.
Scammers have been targeting local businesses using a sophisticated counterfeit check scheme.
One local bakery fell victim, taking an order for over 1,000 cupcakes.
Last week, she got an unusual online order for about 1,000 cupcakes. Stern says the person sent a check for just over $7,500 by priority mail. She stopped by her bank for advice and says she was told that if the funds went through, it was a good check. And they did.
So Stern bought all of these ingredients and started making these cupcakes.
But then the person who placed the order said they wanted to cut it in half and get half of the money back.
I responded and said, no, there's no way we can do that. We've already bought all the ingredients. We've already made the batter.
But the next day, the funds were withdrawn from her account.
And they said, oh, it's been cited as a counterfeit check. Essentially, what this scammer did is they stole another company's checkbook.
Stern says she contacted the company listed on the check and was told she was the 15th person that day calling about the same scam.
Really made me, feel disheartened about humanity.
A Hespeler homeowner came home to a surprise Saturday morning. She says crews were working on paving her driveway without her consent.
Cami Corrigan has lived in this Hespeler home all her life.
Our driveway was a gravel driveway, country and rustic. Not the prettiest, but it was ours.
Now paved over. She says work to her driveway was done without permission.
This is not supposed to be done.
Corrigan says a man knocked on her door Friday night, offering a discounted rate to pave her driveway.
We talked about the reasons why we did not want to have it done. He talked about the reasons why we should have it done. And
Corrigan says she declined.
At the end of our conversation with, I'll call you next week when we're ready to do this. And my words to him were, we will call you if we decide to do this.
Then Saturday morning, Corrigan says she came home to a crew that was more than halfway done paving her driveway.
Without our consent, without our want, without an agreement, without a contract. And it was very disturbing for us.
About a band of scoundrels who've been accused of scamming dozens of people. They offer to asphalt your driveway for a price that balloons as soon as the work begins.
This time, he clearly chose the wrong people to mess with.
Leftover.
Laura Lynn Snow was about to say no thanks when the man told her the price, $2,600.
Comes in to me while I'm behind the desk paying people. He comes in here and tells me that it was going to be $10,000. My total is $10,000. No. What are you talking about?
But it's never a good idea to mess with the owner of a salvage yard. He handed them the money they'd agreed to and told them to take a hike. He said there were 3 asphalt workers standing in his office. One even came behind the counter. And that's when Jeff went into his office and came back with this.
So pulled the gun and said, you're getting out of here.
And it worked. They left. But they left behind a mess. They badly bent part of his chain link fence, and the asphalt work, well, need to be dug up and redone. You can't even drive on it without sinking in.
A teacher served with an eviction notice for using appliances.
Michelle Melliet says the eviction notice left on her front door came as a shock.
Please take notice that you have committed or permitted to exist.
It went on to say she and her daughter had 3 days to vacate their 2-bedroom, $1,700 a month apartment in the Mission.
I thought, where am I going to go in San Francisco with my daughter and my dog?
And the reason for the eviction? Her landlord contends the illegal in-law unit Michelle's lived in since 2007 isn't safe because it lacks the proper permits.
What the landlord's saying is that this tenant of 9 years is creating a nuisance by using appliances.
Michelle's attorney says it's a first-of-its-kind legal strategy in a city with an estimated 30,000 to 50,000 apartments that don't comply with safety codes.
It's really going to open up evictions all over the city.
For now, Michelle is in limbo, getting ready to leave, but hoping to stay. Her case is likely to go to trial next month, a case she says she can't afford to lose.
A restaurant employee mixing food in an oversized bowl. On the floor, his bare arm submerged all the way up to the elbow. Other foods also being prepared on the floor here. There are no gloves being used. This video was posted on social media for all to see.
This could be a foodborne illness outbreak waiting to happen.
Danielle Egger has been a food safety specialist for 25 years, is a former foodborne illness investigator for the state of Florida, and owns her own company now in Tampa.
There are certain germs that just won't cook off with high heat even, so this is a big concern.
It was a delivery driver who asked not to be identified that was so concerned about what he saw in this kitchen, he pulled out his phone, began recording. He says the video was taken inside China Yan in Homestead. The address, 2846 Northeast, 8th Street.
You know, they have staph naturally on their skin. It can infect this food and it won't cook off.
A frail and elderly delivery man struggles to drop off the packages. Each step is an ordeal as he does his best to keep his balance, carrying the heavy load of soda and boxed food from Walmart. Both hands are full, and he has to lean on the house to stay steady. The incident was captured on Jennifer Weiss's doorbell camera at her home in Utah.
He was really having a hard time getting up the stairs, losing his balance, unsteady. I felt really bad.
The homeowner was so moved, she set out to locate the delivery man, whose name is Larry. Turns out he's a Navy veteran.
Jennifer also learned there was a remarkable backstory. Larry had recently suffered a stroke and had to relearn how to walk. He had taken the temporary delivery job at DoorDash because he needed to make money to fix his leaking roof.
Now Jennifer has come to the rescue, organizing a community drive to raise money for the man.
He got enough to fix his roof and retire.
That's awesome.
Contractor Ransomware says he was told to tear down the wrong house on Forest View Drive. Ware reached out to the Youngstown NAACP for help.
Mr. Ware had been given the authority to tear down the house that he tore down by his immediate supervisor.
The house that used to stand right here is the house Ware was supposed to demolish. Walking right across the street, the house Ware wasn't supposed to demolish through his contract is also right here.
There was no plumbing in the house. There was very little roof left on the house. The siding was off the house. It would have fell down if you give it another year or two.
The land bank says no one lived in the house accidentally demolished, but it had an owner. We tried but couldn't get in touch with him. The house was on Youngstown's codes violation list, meaning the owner had a chance to fix all of those issues. The land bank says each contractor is given the address and an aerial view of each house. Since Ware tore down the wrong house, the land bank told us it stopped giving him any more contracts. After sending a letter pleading his case to the land bank and hearing nothing back.
Suspected ring of thieves, at least half a dozen or more, stole $300,000 worth of expensive wheels and tires.
Crippled, no tires, no wheels, top-dollar trucks and snazzy Camaros left on blocks of wood, many with shattered windows.
It was nauseating to look at it, crazy.
Says the general manager at Unceda Witten Chevrolet. Those responsible caught on camera in a rental truck, bolt cutters at the ready.
They casually closed the gate like no big deal.
Maybe because they had a lookout keeping watch.
They knew exactly what they were doing, how to jack, how to block them.
Probably with tools pit stop mechanics use to change tires on race cars. Here it was 39 trucks and 6 Camaros in 5 hours. Do the math. The GM says it took the thieves only 6.6 minutes per vehicle to steal 180 wheels and tires.
The reason there was only that many stolen, it's all that would fit in a truck. Whether they're going across the border or overseas, I have no idea.
Tonight, clients say they were left high and dry after paying tens of thousands of dollars for home renovations to a local construction company.
The owner and his wife are wanted on felony charges because investigators say the work never was completed and some of that money was gambled away.
And according to court records, this couple came up with repeated excuses for why the work wasn't getting done. The wife at one point even blamed a delay on her husband having a heart attack, but investigators say that was all a ruse. They hired Alec Miller in October to put in a covered patio and extra driveway lane. He came recommended recommended with a contract and seemed professional. All those payments before calls, emails, and text messages went unanswered.
I was just beside myself. I'm like, does that mean that it's gone?
The Krishnas aren't alone. 3 others say they got swindled too. At the Golden Nugget Casino in Lake Charles, Louisiana, the Millers allegedly spent more than $1.5 million on gaming tables and slot machines. Bank records and rewards accounts revealed some of that money straight from their clients.
It's been a chaotic year for Amy Ford and her family. Ford says 2 years ago, the Community Association for Foxwood at Trinity told homeowners they couldn't park their cars in the street without a permit. She and her husband put thousands of dollars aside to expand their driveway.
We do have a lot of kids, and 5 of them are teens, so we knew they were going to be driving eventually.
After hiring a contractor and getting the plans approved by the HOA Modifications Committee, which they drew up based on another house down the street, the driveway was installed. Nearly a year later, she was told the driveway didn't meet HOA standards. Ford says the news couldn't have come at a worse time. Her mom was dying.
She passed away on Easter Eve at 10:30 p.m. and then at 4 o'clock that next morning, my brother called me from Indiana from my father's side and told me my dad had died from a heart attack that morning. So in 3 hours, I lost both of my parents. So this literally was not number 1 on my priority list.
The battle continued on, the HOA even attempting to take her to court over the issue. Then, as we got involved today, the HOA tells us they had already decided to drop the issue entirely.
Now, the theme of this protest today was no kings on President's Day. We saw more than 1,000 people out here on the Boston Common with signs calling President Trump a fascist, many calling his presidency a coup, despite being elected by a majority of the country. They also say Elon Musk has had too much power in his role in cutting federal expenditures. Some here focusing, however, on President Trump's executive actions, especially as it pertains to birthright citizenship, saying his moves are illegal.
This is about the way the whole system is structured. All of us, every one of us. We can argue about the details, but fundamentally we all believe that predictable, reliable, equitable laws are the foundation of this country. They have always been. It started here, and it will continue here.
Now, after about an hour on the Boston Common, the protesters shut down city streets and made their way over to City Hall Plaza and eventually over to Faneuil Hall. Everything here remained peacefully throughout. State Police and Boston Police both confirming to us there were no arrests made here today.
Is the gold still in Fort Knox? Trump wants answers. All right, let's talk about Fort Knox. The legendary vault that's been the center of conspiracy theories for decades. People who live near it have heard it all. Is the gold still there? Who could have taken it? How would they even do it? Now, President Trump is reigniting the debate, promising to find out once and for all if the gold is still in its heavily guarded home. But that hasn't stopped the conspiracies. From the 1964 James Bond film Goldfinger to Alex Jones's wild claims, people love to speculate about the gold. Even Elon Musk tweeted about wanting a walkthrough of Fort Knox. And now, with gold prices hitting record highs, close to $3,000 an ounce, the spotlight is back on the vault. So, why is Trump questioning it? It's unclear, but it's likely tied to the same right-wing conspiracy theories that have swirled for years. The current Treasury Secretary insists the gold is accounted for, with annual audits confirming its presence.
So it broke the skin and scabbed over.
Ashley Armstrong already had a lecture with her 11-year-old son, Jordan. Scabs from tattoos are now seen down his arm, reading "I heart my Lord," plus initials tattooed on his hands.
He got punished for it. He knows better. He shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Now, the Greenville mother wants answers.
These kids are getting these tattoos in class, and not one teacher noticed it.
Armstrong received a call from the school nurse at Travis Intermediate. She was told to get lab work done immediately on her 6th grade son. On Thursday, Greenville ISD confirmed the in-school tattooing of students. A statement posted to social media read, "Allegedly occurred, have been suspended, pending the outcome of an investigation." Students gave each other tattoos using temporary ink and the same needle. Greenville ISD is working with law enforcement to identify all students involved. Armstrong's son told her a boy in class approached him, and the tattoo was done in the classroom with a teacher in the room. But Armstrong is still unsure what is under her son's skin, hoping the scabs don't scar. Test results came back negative for any diseases.
Breaking terrifying moment. Reckless youth hurls chair from third floor of shopping mall. Shocking footage has emerged of a reckless youth throwing a large chair from the third floor of Westfield Shopping Center, narrowly missing unsuspecting shoppers below. The chair plummeted 120 feet, crashing to the ground floor in a heart-stopping moment that could have ended in tragedy. Shoppers can be seen scattering in panic as the chair lands just feet away from them. Miraculously, no one was injured, but the incident has left the community shaken. Authorities are now searching for the individual responsible, urging anyone with information to come forward. This reckless act serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of irresponsible behavior in public spaces. The incident has sparked outrage online, with many calling for stricter security measures in malls and public areas. As the investigation continues, the question remains: what drove this youth to such a dangerous act? Stay tuned for updates as this story develops.
Hey, put it back.
Fake gun robbery, foiled by quick-thinking hero.
A man in a gray hoodie and a mask goes into a Vara Juice in Ypsilanti, lays a gun on the counter, and demands money.
But what he didn't count on was Ali Hadma, the owner of a neighboring business, stepping in to save the day. The woman behind the counter had called Ali for help, as she often did. But this time, Ali walked into a robbery in progress.
And the closer that I got to him, I seen a gun.
But that didn't stop him.
And I grabbed the gun, and me and him were wrestling.
Ali said, "I was just acting on instinct. Whatever I had to do to save my life and the girl's life." The gun, it turns out, was fake. But in the heat of the moment, it felt all too real.
With the threat eliminated and the cash left behind, the robber goes free. The video was shared on social media, and being a businessman, Ali cashed in on his catchphrase, "Put it back."
This story is a reminder that courage can come from the most unexpected places. And sometimes, it even pays off.
He noticed a box that didn't belong in his dumpster.
I saw 6 of them in there, took a package out, and I was wondering if it came off our shipment truck. So I went back in, checked the cameras, and that's when I noticed, uh-oh, somebody's dumping them here.
Jeff thinks the delivery driver probably assumed that no one would see what he was doing back here in this secluded spot. Problem is, this surveillance camera captured his every move.
My thought is that somebody wanted to get off their shift early and maybe just ditched them, but it turns out it was a little bit more malicious than that.
Jeff called police, who suggested he take another look at the video.
And then an hour later, he shows up in his personal car, stops at the trash can.
Detective Cody Phillips with the Silver Spring Township Police Department reached out to UPS and found the driver, who admitted to the whole thing.
His plan ultimately, and as seen on surveillance, was he was planning on returning to the dumpster after his shift had ended at UPS to retrieve the 6 packages out of the dumpster and place them into his personal car.
A woman sells the ring her ex gave her. Then the jeweler tells her this. After going through a heartbreaking breakup, Melissa decides it's time to move on, including getting rid of the exquisite ring her ex gave her. With a heavy heart, she walks into a jewelry store hoping to sell the ring and make some money. The jeweler, Harris, reacts in a way that leaves her confused. "Wait here, I'll be right back," he says, taking the ring into the back room. Melissa stands alone at the counter, still unaware of the horrifying truth that awaits her. After a few minutes, Harris reappears. "Melissa, I hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a personal question. Where did you get this ring?" he asks, looking her straight in the eye with a serious tone. "My ex-boyfriend gave it to me a few years ago," she replies, explaining that they are no longer together. "Do you know where he got this ring?" she asked, carefully phrasing the question. Melissa shook her head, assuming she had bought it at a jewelry store. Suddenly, he heard Harris say, "Thank you for coming right away, she's right there." She was shocked and confused for a moment when she realized the police were standing nearby. "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me," the police officer said to Melissa. "I could hardly believe what I was hearing." Comment, "The Ring," to see part 2.
At an airport in Kazakhstan, this man takes an employee hostage with a huge knife and threatens to have a bomb. The woman is understandably fearing for her life when out of nowhere, 52-year-old retired pro boxer Musa Abdraim says, "Take me instead of her," and the hostage holder agrees. Mr. Abdraim switches places with the hostage, calm as a cucumber. And keep in mind, they are surrounded by law enforcement, but no one is doing anything because it's a hostage situation. But this is when the hero uses Principle 17 of the 32 Principles, false surrender, to get the man to calm down. And then he uses Principle 19, redirection, to get him to look look at and address the crowd. The moment the man's distracted, he uses the velocity principle, number 7, to grab the knife by the blade and take control of it. Unbelievable. But the most impressive part that no one is talking about is that he appears to have pulled the blade right out of the hilt, which is crazy. Look, he's still holding it in his hand. It was either a very weak knife or a very strong grip. Either way, I've never seen anything like it.
31-year-old Lindsay Castelli owns this popular boutique on Long Island. But in the store's basement, police say there was a $40 million operation, selling fake high-end items across America. Not only Gucci, Chanel, Prada, Dior, or Hermes, Louis Vuitton.
So $40 million worth of goods here, and every box we open, there's just item after item. Gucci gloves, Gucci hats.
These would go for $300.
$300.
$300 for a fake headband.
Fake designer headband.
Yep.
Cops also found printing machines that the Long Island Mo allegedly used to make fake designer labels, turning her cheap knockoff items into expensive designer goods that fooled so many of her high-end customers.
They take a sweatshirt like this, $20 sweatshirt. They would take this Chanel, they'd put it on, they'd heat seal it. You'd get a finished product like this.
And get this. Many of these clothes will now be donated to charities. The woman who was arrested could be sentenced to 3 years in prison if she's convicted. Follow me and comment on the news nearby. I will bring you the latest news at your doorstep.
Driver sees groceries on a driveway, immediately jumps into house when he sees what's next to it. Raheem Cooper had been a UPS for 11 years, first working in the warehouse, then moving into driving, which supported his family and 2 children. But one Monday, on a hot August afternoon in Georgia's Vadistan summer, he was getting ready to get a head start on his week, doing his normal delivery route, when something odd caught his eye. Just as Raheem was about to continue speeding along, he noticed a bag of groceries on a quiet driveway on a vacant road despite the intense 102-degree heat. But something about it caused him to stop his truck and immediately jump out, even though he did not have any orders set for that address. At first, he rushed over to the lonely house just to check, but became alarmed when he realized that the groceries had spilled open and had scattered across the sweltering driveway. His fears did not go away when he saw what was next to the broken bag. The door was also open, and Raheem ran inside to check if anyone was inside. When he found nobody there, he dialed 911. Within 5 minutes, paramedics arrived and saw Raheem rubbing an elderly woman's forehead with a cold water bottle, trying to keep her from burning up. 78-year-old Marie Cobble had suffered a sudden brain bleed earlier and had collapsed on her driveway. Raheem's quick actions had certainly saved her life, but he went even further by raising 11,000 pounds for her and visiting more than 10 times. Also winning a beach vacation in Florida's Santa Rosa Beach for his whole family. With his name, a local hero. Click like if you agree.
A new mom refused to tell her family which of her 2 babies was adopted because she feared they would treat the babies differently. The mom posted to Reddit where she explained that she gave birth to a baby girl about 2 months ago. At the same time, she adopted another baby girl who was born about 3 days before. The story goes that her best friend fell pregnant around the same time she did, but that this friend was not in a place financially or emotionally to have a child. This friend wanted her child to have a good life somewhere else, so this woman stepped in and said she would adopt the baby and raise the girls as twins. Everything seemed to be on track for these 2 friends and their babies. That is, until the mother's family met the babies. As soon as this woman's grandmother met the babies, she asked which one was her daughter. The woman replied, both of them. Grandma got mad, rolled her eyes, and asked which one was her real daughter. And this woman's parents backed Grandma up, saying that she should tell them which one was adopted. This woman was shocked as she viewed both babies as her daughters. She kicked her family out and told them that unless they apologized and stopped asking which baby was adopted, they wouldn't be seeing either of them.
He says he was forced to make old food look fresh. That's why he secretly recorded his supervisor admitting tampering with best before dates is industry standard.
Every store does the same thing. All the other stores do the same.
At his home, Safari demonstrates what he says is done at work. He takes cheesecakes weeks past their best before dates, adds new toppings, and sells as fresh.
I decorate it, and I'm selling expired stuff.
In a national online call-out, Marketplace hears from grocery workers at smaller stores and big chains, sharing stories of food tampering. He used to work in a Toronto area supermarket. He shows us how he was told to give old meat new life.
If it's like this, we would dabble in a little bit of blood,
throw it into the meat mincer with some redder meats, and then all together it would make it look red. And then we put it back up on the shelf.
At the University of Guelph, a microbiologist simulated what Grocery Insiders told us they do. He discovered toxins and bacteria linked to serious illness.
It goes beyond ethics, doesn't it? It goes to safety and things like that.
Loblaw says it's investigating and plans to take action.
Ashton Hall lost 4 races in a row to IShowSpeed, but instead of taking the loss like a champ, he made excuse after excuse. The first race, Ashton claimed he slipped, demanding an instant rematch. Speed, always up for a challenge, agreed. The second race, Speed left him behind again, but Ashton wasn't ready to admit defeat. This time, he blamed the grass, insisting they move to the concrete road for fairer conditions. By the third race, things got heated. Ashton tried to argue it was a tie, even though the footage clearly showed Speed crossing the finish line first. The only moment Ashton was ahead was at the very start of the race before Speed caught up and secured another win. The fourth and final race? By this point, Speed was ready to leave, but Ashton begged for one last chance. Reluctantly, Speed agreed and completely obliterated him. Ashton was left eating dust, and this time, there was no argument, no angle, no excuse to save face. Losing is tough, Ashton. Nobody doubts you are fast, but blaming everything from the grass to the starting conditions only makes it worse. Speed didn't just win. He showed why he is built different. So here is the real question. Is Ashton being a sore loser, or is this just pure determination to prove himself? What would you do? Keep racing or accept the L and move on?
He called me a dirty lie straight to my face. Like, I was like, why do you think I'm here to scam people? Like, I've never had a restaurant experience this bad.
The owner accused Raina of being a professional eater and didn't allow her to tackle the pizza challenge, even though the business does not have rules or regulations inside or online that disqualifies anyone from the contest.
And I'm like, I'm not a professional eater because I'm not part of the professional eating league, and I don't compete in like the Nathan's hot dog.
Raina was kicked off the property.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Stephanie Weand, the owner's daughter, works at the family business and says she witnessed the confrontation.
I think that it could have been handled better.
She says the phone has been going off the hook since Raina's video gained traction.
People calling us racist, even though there was no racist things mentioned ever.
She's also experiencing online bullying.
I've had people comment on my own TikTok videos harassing me. A lot of people were calling me Laura.
She feels bad about Raina's encounter with her father.
All I want to say is that I apologize to Raina and to everything that has happened to everyone.
Jovita, police got a call from a neighbor on Wednesday night. When they got here, they say they found an adapter and a hose hooked up right here on this fire hydrant, and the hose was running into this man's backyard. Police say the man told him he was trying to save some money. Gwinnett County police say they caught 51-year-old Richard Isaac red-handed with a green hose attached to this silver fire hydrant. A neighbor called police around 11:30 Wednesday night. I requested the police report where the officer explained he found an adapter hooked up to the fire hydrant. Attached to that, the garden hose running straight to Isaac's backyard and into his pool. The hydrant. What was even more surprising to neighbors on Mint Julep Court was why he did it. The report says he told the officer the last time he filled his pool, it cost him too much money.
I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that.
She'd have got him a ticket for being a ding-dong or stupidity.
No tickets, but police charged Isaac with theft and illegal use of a fire hydrant.
You don't have to go out and hook up to the fire hydrant and just increase everybody else's water bill.
The officer estimated by the time he got out here, Isaac had gotten over 5,000 gallons in his pool. He bonded out of jail, but we were not able to find him at home today.
The policeman escorting the prisoner suddenly fainted. The prisoner's next move shocked everyone. In April, Officer Jack Morrison was assigned the task of transporting this dangerous criminal. Thomas was put in prison far away from the town. Thomas is a notorious fugitive who has successfully escaped from prison many times. He is very dangerous. Although the task was very difficult, Jack still decided to complete it alone. He believed that his strict training and rich experience would enable him to handle it easily. On the way to escort Thomas, Jack suddenly got a chewing gum stuck in his throat. His breathing became rapid and his heart rate increased. Jack tried to regain control of himself, get rid of the discomfort, and move forward. However, as time went by, his physical strength was completely lost, and Jack collapsed to the ground. Thomas saw the police officer fall down without any warning, so he quickly glanced around to make sure there there was no one. He approached Jack and asked him for the key. What happened next shocked everyone. Thomas helped Jack up and picked him up in his arms, attempting to save him. After about 10 minutes of effort, Jack spat out a foreign object. Seeing this, Thomas picked up the handcuffs from the ground and motioned for Jack to cuff him. What's your opinion on this? Should Thomas have his sentence reduced?
The San Diego Bay showing promising signs of improvement, all thanks to what some might consider trash. These are reef balls, 360 of them in the San Diego Bay on the seafloor of the Chula Vista Wildlife Reserve. And when you look closer, you'll see tiny critters taking up residence inside each one. We first showed you these reef balls in 2021. They were installed in December that year, made of oyster shells that came from the Carlsbad Aqua Farm. They were smashed up and mixed in with concrete, which includes sand, and formed into these balls that scientists hope will attract tons of new and native oysters. Each oyster can filter about 50 gallons of water per day. So when you see a lot of them, just know they're playing a huge role in cleaning the water. When the water's healthy, it draws in more sea life, including fish, which brings in the birds, like the endangered least tern. A few have already arrived for their summer migration to the South Bay and will be nesting soon. All of this being monitored for a total of 5 years. They hope their progress is proof that shells that otherwise would have been trashed can lead to environmental treasure. Eileen beaming with pride as she shows us all the positive growth of a project she hopes expands across the state.
This morning, a Valley man who's upset with his neighbors has come up with a creative revenge plan.
On this car, you can see it's pretty dinged up here in the back. There's some cracks in the paint. The one over here, street parked, isn't much better. Basically junk cars over here, and that's the point. The guy over here wants to buy up these kind of cars to make the neighborhood look even worse. Let's back it up. This is because after he moved here in January of 2017, he said since then he's gotten at least half a dozen citations from the HOA. He thinks it's neighbors who are reporting him for, he says, small things, weeds, a carport that he built in the backyard, some rust on his fence. He tried talking with his neighbors, but when that broke down, he hatched this creative plan.
If you're going to be like this, then I'm going to give you something to cry about. I said, I'm going to buy a bunch of crappy cars, fill up the neighborhood, and run the neighborhood down.
So far, he's sunk $1,000 into its vengeance plan, and he does plan on getting even more cars. But coming up, what do his neighbors have to say about this?
Tiffany Walker had only made 3 car payments on her new SUV, and now it's totaled. She wants Tomball Ford to pay for the damages, but the dealership says it's not responsible either.
This is her vehicle hours after she dropped it off at Tomball Ford for the first oil change and some warranty work. A total loss.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then I immediately became angry.
Tiffany says Tomball Ford employees told her while their mechanic was driving the vehicle during some repairs, another driver failed to yield the right-of-way, turning left in front of the mechanic, causing him to hit that vehicle. The police report supports that and assigns all blame to the other driver. The dealership is adamant the driver at fault's insurance, Allstate, should pay for the damage. But Allstate says its client is only 70% liable and the mechanic is 30% responsible, claiming he could have avoided hitting the other driver and suggested he was either speeding or distracted. Tomball Ford's general manager wouldn't talk with me on camera, but he told me it's an unfortunate incident, but the dealership is absolutely not at fault.
The dealership just instructed me that I needed to be in contact with Allstate, which is the other party's insurance, and that they were not going to help with any of that part of this, and they would not claim it on theirs.
This is the world's quietest construction site because instead of machinery to cut wood, here at a foam home, crews heat up a wire with a battery pack, stretch it out, and then slice the foam like butter. Then they glue it to the rest of the house with a glue that turns into more foam.
So it is 100% breathable, 100% livable. It is FDA approved and 100% recyclable.
Amir Siabi with Strata International Group shows us this 6,000 square foot home being built in the valley with their product. They say as lumber's only grown in cost, foam hasn't really. In fact, building a home this way can be 10 to 50% cheaper. Eventually, the foam's covered in a thin layer of their concrete formula, and you'd never tell it was a foam home. You might think foam makes a rickety home. They say you're wrong. In fact, they tell us the foam can withstand more than 200-mile-per-hour winds. They call it earthquake and hurricane proof and fire resistant. Amir says the home is essentially made out of insulation, so it's more than twice as energy efficient as a traditional wood structure.
No heat or air since February. It's absolutely
freezing in here.
Nicole Pruitt says it's been an unbearable winter as she and her family rely on space heaters to stay warm.
We're having to take the space heater from here to the bedroom to the bathroom.
Pruitt says maintenance requests at the Fairburn and Gordon apartments in southwest Atlanta continue to fall on deaf ears.
You're not really caring about your tenant.
She says she can't even rely on her oven and stove to warm her apartment because
the stove has been out nearly 3 years now.
We follow Pruitt to an empty apartment unit that still has running electricity.
Why do you have to come down to this empty unit? I come down to this empty unit, one, for the heat, and then two, to cook. These are all my pots and pans.
In June, we reported the city of Atlanta ordered the California-based landlords to fix more than 300 code enforcement violations after the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development halted all funding. Landlords were supposed to have adequate pest control, trash service, security, landscaping, and working AC and heat in all units.
A family digging a pool uncovers a hidden bomb shelter with people inside.
The Miller family in Dayton began digging for a pool but found a sealed Cold War bomb shelter from the 1950s.
We opened the hatch, and there were people down there, pale, staring like they'd never seen daylight.
Inside, a family of 6 spanning 3 generations has lived underground for decades, believing the world above was unsafe.
My parents locked us in during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We didn't know it was over.
Surviving on preserved food and rainwater, they maintained a strict routine, unaware of the modern world.
We're working with social services to help them adjust. They're in shock. But healthy.
Emerging into 2025, the family is stunned by simple things like bright sunlight and fresh fruit.
They tried an apple and cried. They said it's the first fresh food they've ever tasted.
From a pool dream to a hidden past, this backyard unearthed a family frozen in time. What's next for them?
A towing company keeps taking one woman's car, even though she's actually ahead on payments.
Tina Wheeler's 2015 Toyota Corollas made a disappearing act twice. She called 911 and reported it missing. She says deputies told her the vehicle was repossessed because she was behind on payments.
And they're like, well, you're just a young girl. You guys don't pay your payments. This happens all the time.
But Wheeler proved them wrong and her car was returned. Wheeler thought the first time it was an honest mistake. Then November 9th, the car vanished again. She called 911. Deputies told her the same thing as before. Wheeler's bank then sent this letter showing she is ahead on payments. The bank says it doesn't even have a contract with South Florida Auto Recovery.
This second time, it's not a coincidence.
The state investigated the first repo, stripping the driver of his license and firing him for, quote, misconduct by repossession of the wrong vehicle. There is speculation about a 4-door Toyota Corolla with an identical license plate.
Such a confusing situation. I don't know who to go to. I don't know where to go to.
Family built a fence around their yard and split the cost with 2 of their neighbors. However, unlike some of their neighbors, the new homeowner's property has a berm.
We were told by our foreman of our build that the berms that they put in, the big dirt berms, were representative of our property line.
They say this is the original stake used to mark the property. The family says they were a little surprised when a new surveyor showed up.
Another surveyor came out to our property, and different from the first surveyor, different company, from what I understand, and resurveyed our property, and we discovered the property lines were off.
The situation was not good for all 4 neighbors. Curbing, fencing, landscaping, sprinklers, and those berms would all need to be moved. And like any new homeowner, they called their builder, who they say came back with the deal.
When they came back to us and basically said, well, we're legally not responsible for this.
Family digging a pool uncovers a hidden bomb shelter with people inside.
The Miller family in Dayton began digging for a pool but found a sealed Cold War bomb shelter from the 1950s.
We opened the hatch, and there were people down there, pale, staring like they'd never seen daylight.
Inside, a family of 6 spanning 3 generations has lived underground for decades, believing the world above was unsafe.
My parents locked us in during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We didn't know it was over.
Surviving on preserved food and rainwater, they maintained a strict routine, unaware of the modern world.
We're working with social services to help them adjust. They're in shock. But healthy.
Emerging into 2025, the family is stunned by simple things like bright sunlight and fresh fruit.
They tried an apple and cried. They said it's the first fresh food they've ever tasted.
From a pool dream to a hidden past, this backyard unearthed a family frozen in time. What's next for them?
Tonight, we're looking at how some Florida residents are choosing to go without homeowners insurance rather than pay the double-digit rate increase.
This 3-bedroom, 2-bath home located in St. Pete Beach started out as Jimmy and Heather Riley's vacation home. They moved in permanently in 2007 when they retired, paid off their mortgage, and renovated it from top to bottom. But after Hurricanes Charlie, Francis, and Wilma in 2004 and 2005 caused billions of damages to the Sunshine State, their property insurance payment skyrocketed to $7,000 a year and didn't cover their pool or patio. And that was with a $20,000 hurricane deductible.
If the hurricane hit and it's, say, $25,000 worth of damage, are we going to put a claim in for $5,000? I don't think so, because then they're going to raise my insurance.
So the Rileys decided to go bare, buying a bare bones homeowners policy without wind or flood coverage.
We had money that we put aside and said, we're not spending this for anything else.
And they'll just keep raising my rates no matter what, even if they didn't have a claim.
This lady made sure she got her money's worth at an all-you-can-eat sushi place, but she ended up paying a price. She landed in the hospital emergency room. Amber Cagliano explains how that happened.
This woman is really enjoying all-you-can-eat sushi. Danielle Shapiro devoured a whopping 32 pieces, among other Japanese favorites. But the 24-year-old from Mountain View, California, soon realized she may have overdone it and was rushed to the hospital.
This is what Danielle ate during that all-you-can-eat sushi marathon. She started with miso soup, gyoza, jalapeno poppers, then moved on to a snow crab roll, a green dragon roll, a wakame roll, a California roll, and ended with edamame. That sure is a lot of food.
We didn't really notice a problem until afterwards, which definitely felt a lot of pain. I woke up the next day with extreme pain. I couldn't take deep breaths in and out.
Y'all need to stop following every trend. That Labubu doll, it's evil. A girl posted a video saying she threw hers out after waking up with a scar on her neck. No one else was in the room, no pets, no sharp objects, just her and that creepy doll.
To throw my Labubu away, and that's what I did. Cut the show. Cut the motherfucking show. Y'all, look at this. That's a dumb motherfucking hickey. That is
How did
not
that get
scratch.
there?
My nails are not even that long or sharp for me to scratch myself. I took a nap, y'all, like an hour and a half nap right now.
Her brother came in at 3 a.m., left the door open, came back, and it was fully closed. So who shut it? And now people are pulling up old Simpsons clips where a doll just like Labubu causes chaos. Y'all know the Simpsons be predicting stuff. This isn't the only case. Other people say they've had nightmares, scratches, cold spots, and weird sounds, all after getting one of these dolls. And honestly, why buy a toy that looks like that? The sharp teeth, wide eyes, it looks cursed. Keep playing with this stuff if you want, but don't say you weren't warned. Had a weird Labubu story? Drop it in the comments. Follow for more.
A big surprise is in the waiting. This is a plant that's taken 36 years to grow. I always thought nobody else has this but me. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. For 36 years, the cactus just sat in Jackie's front yard. But when she looked out her window in May, just all of a sudden, it just shot up. 25 feet in the air.
It's so tall. It's like you gotta crane your head back to look.
Yep, you gotta lean your head back. The stalk stands tall over Luthersville, Georgia. And everybody says, well, that's a landmark, you know. The whole city now watching. Nature is a mystery. Between 25 and 45 years after it's planted, it is rare. More like a desert plant. And safeguarded in the places it typically blooms. They say Mexico, Southern California, South America, but they never mention Georgia. The buds will eventually give way to bold yellow blossoms. I guess it's like part of the family or whatever.
Coconut
Coca-Cola has recalled its drinks in some European countries after they were found to have higher levels of a chemical called chlorate. Chlorate can be produced when chlorine-based disinfectants are used in water treatment and food processing. Exposure to high levels of the chemical can cause health problems, and when taken in excess, can cause nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. A spokesperson for the company said that independent expert analysis had concluded the risk to consumers is very low, and that only a very small number of these cans were affected, which have these production codes that can be found on the base of the can. The company said the recall was mainly focused on Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, but some drinks have been sold in Britain too. A Coca-Cola spokesperson said it considers the quality and safety of its products as its top priority.
Breaking news: Coca-Cola recalls select beverages over contamination concerns. Coca-Cola has issued a voluntary recall of approximately 2,000 cases of Diet Coke, Sprite, and Fanta products distributed across Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida due to potential foreign material contamination.
Hundreds of protesters have gathered at Victory Monument in Bangkok to call for the resignation of Thailand's Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra. They're voicing their frustration with the beleaguered leader. A phone call between her and Cambodia's former powerful Prime Minister Hun Sen was reached recently, where Paetongtarn was criticised for taking a soft stance on an ongoing border dispute between the two countries that stretches back decades and saw a soldier killed in May this year. Critics say she's weakened Thailand's sovereignty while she insists she was negotiating for peace. Since the leaked call, a major coalition partner of Paetongtarn's Pheu Thai party has withdrawn, leaving them with a slim majority in parliament. At the protests, mainly a gathering of right-wing nationalists, the anger was palpable. One protester said he feels Thailand has never had a prime minister so weak. Another said she has no leadership skills. Paetongtarn is the third of her family to rule Thailand. Her father is the divisive and influential Thaksin Shinawatra, who was ousted in a coup in 2006, and her aunt Yingluck Shinawatra became prime minister in 2011 but was toppled by the military in 2014. There are now fears of another military coup, although the army has sought to downplay the possibility.
When most friends get together, they hang out, grab a drink, play games. These friends build cars that drive on water. 29-year-old Kareem Amin says he designed and built this aquatic vehicle with two of his closest friends. Beachgoers enjoying the northern coast of Egypt really got a show as the high-tech car cruised across the water. Amin says while the vehicle looks like a car, the internal mechanisms are more like a jet ski's. It can hit a top speed of 70 kilometers per hour and has Bluetooth surround sound speakers to blast your favorite summer tunes. For safety, there is a GPS tracking system on board. The three friends have produced 12 vehicles so far and say the orders are starting to roll in. But here's the big question: how much is it? Depending on the specs, the cars can cost anywhere between $19,000 and $44,800. This amphibian car gives a whole new meaning to a summer spent on the water.
What a dad. Oh my God, that's a dad that needs to have a hero. He's a hero.
Yeah, a hero for sure. So a Disney dream cruise turned into a nightmare after a young child fell aboard. The father saw what happened. He jumped in after his daughter, and thankfully both are okay. Witnesses say they had to tread water for up to 20 minutes before they were both rescued. The incident happened Sunday as the Disney Dream returned to South Florida after a 4-night voyage to the Bahamas.
The ship was moving quickly, so quickly. It's crazy how quickly the people became little tiny dots in the sea, and then you lost sight of them.
Everyone was like cheering on the ship, and just the amazing quick response of Disney.
In a statement, Disney said, "We commend our crew members for their exceptional skills and prompt actions, which ensured the safe return of both guests to the ship within minutes." That's why it's so important to learn how to swim, but most importantly, tread water, because if they didn't know how to swim, that would have been a different story.
A simple home improvement purchase turned into a nightmare for a local family. Now they want to warn all homeowners.
A $3,500 fridge.
The fridge still works.
Ended up costing Bradley Bird an estimated $700,000. The Birds purchased the fridge in December from Costco. The new fridge, installed by a third-party contractor, was provided by Costco. Everything looked operational.
When
My daughter got home from school that day. She FaceTimes me and says, Dad, the house is underwater.
That he realized the installer failed to properly install the water supply line, resulting in a major flood when the line burst. The water damage was extensive, affecting multiple rooms, furniture, electronics, musical instruments, and even the home structure.
So far, I have spent about $300,000 on repairs.
Gone wrong? Public adjusters say is upwards of $700,000. But the offer he received to pay for the damage was just $175,000.
The couple put in more than $10,000 worth of landscaping to their lawn, including these decorative white rocks. Now they may have to remove all of them. The association says these white rocks around Demarest and Jose Heinzen's home violate the neighborhood bylaws. The couple got a letter saying they have 2 weeks to remove the stones.
To my amazement, we get a letter in the mail saying that, we can't have the white rocks.
Like most HOAs, the Heinzens requires property owners to get approval before making certain changes to the exterior of their home, including landscaping. The Heinzens admit they didn't follow those rules. The Heinzens say they always work to keep their property in good shape.
We take the initiative to give the house some curb appeal. Yeah. We just had the house painted and everything without a letter from them. Mind you, we were probably one of the last ones in the neighborhood to paint the house, and we never got a letter about our house looking bad because we were always on top of it with pressure washing.
The HOA tells us other rock colors are acceptable, and they can work with homeowners on their landscaping designs. If nothing is done, the battle over the rocks may end up in court.
Breaking news, Oscar Mayer turkey bacon. The healthy, ready-to-eat meat found in the refrigerators of countless American homes is being urgently recalled nationwide due to the risk of listeria contamination. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has issued a warning. Manufacturer Kraft Heinz has admitted that some of its ready-to-eat turkey bacon products may have been contaminated with the high-risk bacteria. Listeria is not just any bacteria. It can pass through intestinal defenses, invade the bloodstream, and the brain. It can cause meningitis, miscarriage, and even death. It can be particularly lethal to the elderly, pregnant women, young children, and people with lowered immune systems. This isn't a defect in the food. It's a chronic healthful ambush in the fridge. If you've purchased any recent Oscar Mayer instant turkey bacon, please check the batch information immediately. Stop eating it, throw it away, or return it is the first thing you should do. If you experience fever, seek medical attention immediately.
Take a beat before you chug down that Wild Cherry Capri Sun pouch. Heinz is voluntarily recalling more than 5,000 cases of the drink because they could be contaminated with cleaning solution. The company says it made the discovery after some customers complained about the taste of its product. It says some diluted solution was introduced into a production line inadvertently. The affected product is the Wild Cherry flavor with a best when used by date of June 25th, 2023. Heinz says it is committed to upholding the highest standards of quality, and it is working with distributors and retailers to remove potentially affected products from circulation. Anyone who has purchased recalled Wild Cherry Capri Sun product is urged to return it to the retailer where it was purchased.
Kraft Heinz is also issuing a recall of close to 6,000 pouches of its wild cherry flavor of Capri Sun. In a statement, the company disclosed the drinks might be contaminated with some cleaning solution used on food processing equipment at one of its factories.
Starting tomorrow, every money transfer you make will be taxed at 5%, including money you send to mom and dad, and every allowance you give to your kids or transfers you give to your friends. This is a brand new tax for you, and the U.S. government will now deduct 5% from it, a second tax on helping your family and friends abroad. And it's not a fee for the money transfer company. It's federally mandated. The overseas pass-through tax is essentially a secondary looting of your wallet. Your paycheck has already been withheld for income tax. Imagine saving $1,000 in the hopes of helping mom or dad make a better living, or your kids buy a new pair of shoes. But after the remittance is sent, all the parent or child will actually get is $950. Instead, it's the extra tax you have to pay for that attachment and affection. This cold 5% affects much more than just numbers. It means that millions of immigrant families like yours will be forced to pay a much higher price to maintain the support of this family across the oceans. From now on, there is a clearly marked up ticket from the federal government. After tomorrow, the cost of this connection increases in real terms.
Breaking news. Deadly blueberry contamination escalates. Listeria contamination detected in U.S. blueberry products. FDA urgently elevates recall to highest level. What it means. Consumption can lead to serious health problems and even death. These blueberries were sold by Walmart and Kroger, have triggered infection outbreaks in 13 states, resulting in at least 3 deaths. Listeria infections can not only cause diarrhea, headaches, and fevers, they can develop into meningitis, septicemia, miscarriages, and stillbirths. The most dangerous part is that it can't be seen and can't be tasted. Blueberries that appear to be fresh may be the source of the disease. Households that have purchased bulk or prepackaged blueberries are urged to check them out immediately. Stop eating them, don't wash them, and just throw them away or return them. Seek medical attention if you or a family member has eaten them recently. It's a case of a fruit disguising itself as a disease-causing organism. It's also a health crisis that could be lurking in the refrigerator of every home.
It's remarkable video of a teenager and his mom, each trapped in a tree, and mom is still in her nightgown.
I can climb higher, but I'm okay. Are you high?
The teenager tries to call out to his mother, but the noise of the raging floodwaters all but drowns out her reply.
Mom, are you in a tree? There's boats coming.
It was just terrifying.
Lindsay Robertson is now recovering from her injuries in a hospital.
The whole time we were just screaming, trying to hear and know that each of us were alive and okay.
What was that moment like, Lindsay, when you were able to hug your son again?
Oh, it's indescribable. It was the best.
I also spoke to Lindsay's 15-year-old son, Jack, who recorded the video in the tree, and his sisters, Riley and Molly. Believe it or not, the girls were away at Camp Mystic when Jack and his mom were trapped in the trees.
I couldn't even see her. It was too dark out. And so I was just trying to see where she was and like how high up she was.
We're just so happy to be alive.
No, no, no.
Imagine running into this.
That's right. Go away.
It's a mountain lion just feet away from hiker Courtney Rasura in Ojai, California.
Go up.
With the beast lingering, Courtney ups the ante.
Ah! Go away.
That cougar comes back for more.
No, 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 no.
He's heading right at her.
No, no, no.
Finally, the big cat scampers away.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
See you later, buddy. We asked Courtney about her scary cougar confrontation.
When you first made eye contact with the mountain lion, what did you think?
Part of it, I think, was disbelief. Like, I was saying, not just no to the cat, just like, this isn't really happening. You're not going to come get me. I was just kind of willing it away.
It worked. It listened to you.
It worked.
No. No. No!
If you think you're seeing double, you are. Meet part of the class of 2024 at Cooper City High School. Twins all set to graduate, not one or two dynamic duos. You ready for this?
Oh, you guys don't have 14 sets of twins in yours? They're like, what?
There are 14 sets of twins in the Cowboys graduating class this year.
Well, we knew we had quite a few twins, seeing them around campus. Didn't quite know the actual number.
There's no official stat, but the Broward County School District believes this is the county record for the most twins graduating at the same time from the same school.
Then when I found out that this was a record, I was like, wow, Cooper City High School, lucky us.
Twins, as far as the eye can see. Some carbon copies, others close copies. Of the 14 senior sibling sensations, 2 sets are identical, 12 are fraternal. Either way, there's no doubt that they're related. For the past 18 years, these twins and the triplets have been going through those highs and lows of life together. Now, with college on the horizon, most of them are preparing to go their separate ways.
We just want to be our own kind of person and ready to just forge our own paths.
When this mom bought a slinky, sparkly gown at Goodwill, little did she know how special it was in the annals of fashion history. The tag inside reads Black Tie by Oleg Cassini. Yup, the one and only Oleg Cassini. He's the designer who dressed Jacqueline Kennedy for JFK's inaugural ball in 1961. That's right, the man who put Jackie in that iconic cape and matching gown also made this sequin gown. So how much did mom of two Kansas Mahaki pay for this gem at the thrift store in Austin?
$14.99. Do not have the words. Look at the detail.
How did you find it?
I saw a twinkle out of the corner of my eye and beeline straight to the dress. I had no idea what I had. I just knew that it was fabulous. I just typed in the name into Google search and it popped up with a bunch of pictures of Jackie Kennedy, and I was like, oh wow.
Jackie Kennedy adored Oleg Cassini. He made her the fashion icon we still admire to this day.
We all hate paying tolls, but everyone does it. Well, almost everyone. Take a look at these drivers going to outrageous lengths to avoid paying tolls. Toll cheaters cost us tens of millions of dollars in lost revenue every year.
This plate has a cover on it that distorts the numbers if you see it from the side or from above.
Trooper Tahara removed the cover and showed us how it works. He says that was nothing compared to this guy.
And I'm going to show you something right now.
Whoa! The plate is attached to a cable.
You see this right here?
Yeah.
You know, from inside, as soon as he enters the toll, he's going to pull the lever.
So he pulls the lever.
And look what happens.
And check out the plate in the rear.
He has it on a pipe that runs a cable that pulls it from the inside also. I'm going to show you. Right here. Look what he did.
Kind of reminds you of that scene from the James Bond Goldfinger movie.
Revolving number plates, naturally.
Just over a week after the catastrophic July 4th flash flooding that devastated communities across Texas Hill County, claimed the lives of 132 people, and left more than 170 still missing, the region is now facing another round of severe weather. As if echoing the trauma of that tragic weekend, torrential rains returned to central Texas on Sunday morning, triggering new flash flood emergencies, prompting evacuations, and once again halting critical recovery operations. In Kempner, the Lampasas River rose explosively from just 1.75 feet to 32.45 feet by mid-morning, coming within inches of the major flood threshold and further deepening the crisis for a region still reeling from disaster. Both the Lampasas and San Saba rivers have seen substantial and dangerous water level increases. At Adamsville in San Saba County, the Lampasas River rose by approximately 14 feet within 2 hours early Sunday.
New York City is completely underwater. So this morning, as New Yorkers were waking up, New York City actually declared a state of emergency because there were inches up to feet of water just pouring onto New York City. People's entire bicycles are being completely flooded underwater. Cars are almost unable to drive through the city that is mainly cars right now. And with New York being all concrete, there is nowhere for this water to go right now, and that's what's causing these massive floodings. So we have no idea how long this is going to last. People's entire trash cans are being floated away. I mean, look how tall this water is right there. That's impossible. These people have nowhere to go. Look at the storm drain. Look at that car. That car, all of its wheels are covered by the rain. Look at this. This is insane. Oh my gosh. If you know anyone that lives in New York City, please reach out to them because this state of emergency, we have no idea how long it's going to last and how much more rain is going to fall on the city.
This was the Cybertruck that got polished, and they ended up calling the cops on it. As you guys know, Cybertrucks do not come polished. They just come with a regular steel look, just like that. And they ended up polishing the steel on this one, and it gave it that mirror-like finish, and a lot of people basically freaked out when they saw it going around. Because obviously it was just reflecting everything and causing some glare. So much to the point that you actually couldn't see it while it was going around. And essentially what ended up happening was, I mean, there's no problem with it, so they couldn't do anything about it, even though it was causing all this glare. Imagine you're minding your own business and that thing just comes up like a shiny orb out of nowhere.
This is actually what happens when you oil up Toby's. He gets this shiny.
What?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, you can literally watch the process of them buffing and polishing it. It is a mirror. And then Greg commented or pointed this out. This is a $400. Apparently they're super rare, but I don't know anything about them. Right, Gregory?
It is apparently super rare.
To me, I didn't even know. Right-hand drive, too.
Breaking news, Alaska also suffered a severe 7.3 magnitude earthquake disaster with a tsunami after the New Jersey floods and the Texas floods. According to Fox News station, a powerful 7.3 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Sandpoint, Alaska today, triggering an immediate tsunami warning for the region. The quake occurred approximately 55 miles south of Sandpoint at around 12:37 p.m. local time. Initially, authorities issued a full-scale tsunami alert, urging residents to evacuate to higher ground. Residents expressed fear and anxiety as the powerful tremors shook homes and buildings, prompting immediate evacuations and uncertainty about the potential tsunami impact. Many described the earthquake as deeply unsettling, with some recounting past experiences and concerns about future aftershocks. Shortly afterward, a small tsunami wave measuring approximately 2 to 3 inches was confirmed, prompting officials to downgrade the tsunami warning to an advisory. After careful monitoring, authorities completely canceled the advisory by mid-afternoon. Local reports indicated minor impacts such as items shifting off store shelves and some broken bottles, but no major structural damage or injuries were reported. Officials advise residents to stay alert as aftershocks, some possibly significant, are expected in the coming days. Currently, there is no active tsunami threat to Sandpoint or surrounding coastal areas. Residents are encouraged to stay tuned to official local emergency channels and NOAA alerts for ongoing updates. Drop you comments.
This is like something out of a Final Destination movie, but it happened in real life. It all went down this past Wednesday afternoon at 4:30 when 911 gets a call for an emergency at NASA Open MRI in Westbury, New York. 61-year-old Keith McAllister had brought his wife Adrian in for an MRI of her knee. Here's where the story starts to differ. Adrian says the technician brought Keith into the room so that he could help her get out of the machine. The employees say Adrian started to shout out for help, which caused Keith to come running into the room. Employees say they were telling him not to open the door because the machine was in use, but he entered regardless. Either way, when Keith McAllister opened the door, the MRI machine started reacting to the 20-pound chain around his neck. The machine started pulling Keith into the machine, choking him. The chain had a large lock on the end, so they weren't able to get it off. And the technician and Adrian tried pulling him away from the machine, but they were unable. Adrian says her husband waved goodbye, and his body went limp in her arms. Keith was then transferred to a local hospital but died the next day after succumbing to his injuries.
A shocking discovery in rural Iowa has experts questioning everything we thought we know about mythology and history.
What started as routine plowing on the Johnson family farm turned into an archaeological sensation when their tractor unearthed what appears to be the skull of a unicorn.
I've been farming this land for 30 years, never seen anything like it.
The skull was immediately transported to Iowa State University, where paleontologists are conducting extensive tests to determine its age and authenticity.
The bone structure is unlike anything in the fossil record. We're completely baffled.
Preliminary carbon dating suggests the skull could be over 3,000 years old, predating any known horse species in North America.
Local Native American legends always spoke of horned horses in these parts. We thought they were just stories.
The skull is being studied by experts from around the globe. If authenticated, it could rewrite everything we know about ancient mythology.
This morning, San Francisco residents are fed up after being kept up at night by driverless Waymo cars honking at each other through the night as they park.
I could not be more cranky today. Over the past 2 weeks, I've been woken up more times overnight than I have combined over 20 years.
Waymo says the vehicles automatically honk their horns when other cars get too close to them while reversing.
It'll be honk, 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 honk. It doesn't last very long. It only lasts like maybe 10, 15 seconds. But imagine if your alarm clock is going off for 10 or 15 seconds.
Sophia Tong has been running a 24-hour live stream, capturing the chaos.
When they all come back at once, they get into a traffic jam and they start honking at each other. It's so silly to think about, robots getting into traffic jams, but here we are.
Waymo says that while the feature has been working great in the city, they didn't anticipate it would happen so often in their own parking lots.
This is 4-year-old Lane Luviano. She's the one that broke this case open in September when she snuck one of her Sleepy stickers out of the classroom.
She kind of pulled up her little shorts and said, "Mom, look, this is my sleeping sticker." And I was like, "The what?"
When Lane's mom, Lisa, saw the sticker, she thought it was strange and asked her daughter about it.
And the teacher gives it to you, where she put it?
On my arm.
On your arm? Which part? Point to it. Right up there?
Yeah.
And what's it look like?
sleeping with a moon on it.
Lane's dad says he's known something was wrong since school first started.
2 o'clock in the morning, I'm hearing some noise in the room, and I'm going over there. She's still up. And so she gives you the sticker. You put the sticker on, and it makes you tired?
Yeah.
Wow. And all the kids get them?
Yeah. They never notified the parents.
So Lisa took matters into her own hands. She reached out to the other parents in Lane's class, sent them pictures of the patch. Now, the parents say that 2 teachers and 2 aides have been suspended so far. Still, they don't feel comfortable sending their kids back to school. What happened with the sticker?
22-year-old William McNeil Jr. has become the center of a growing firestorm after a now viral video captured a disturbing traffic stop involving officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. What began as a routine encounter has exploded across social media. Footage from the scene shows officers aggressively confronting McNeil at his vehicle. Within moments, one officer shatters the driver's side window, while another is seen striking McNeil, then dragging him from the car. According to law enforcement statements, McNeil was non-compliant, refusing to roll down his window, locking his doors, and using language. Officers claim he ignored multiple commands, prompting a necessary escalation of force. But McNeil, along with his family, legal team, and a growing chorus of online supporters, denies those claims. He maintains that he remained calm, asked respectfully for a supervisor, and simply wanted clarification on the legal basis for the stop. At no point, he says, did he resist arrest. McNeil's injuries include a concussion, a chipped tooth over 9 stitches, and temporary memory loss. Civil rights attorneys Harry Daniels and Ben Crump, well known for their work in high-profile police misconduct cases, are now representing McNeil. They describe the officer's actions as an outrageous abuse of power, calling for immediate accountability.
A woman sells the ring her ex gave her. Then the jeweler tells her this. After going through a heartbreaking breakup, Melissa decides it's time to move on, including getting rid of the exquisite ring her ex gave her. With a heavy heart, she walks into a jewelry store hoping to sell the ring and make some money. The jeweler, Harris, reacts in a way that leaves her confused. Wait here, I'll be right back, he says, taking the ring into the back room. Melissa stands alone at the counter, still unaware of the horrifying truth that awaits her. After a few minutes, Harris reappears. Melissa, I hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a personal question. Where did you get this ring? He asks, looking her straight in the eye with a serious tone. My ex-boyfriend gave it to me a few years ago, she replies, explaining that they are no longer together. Do you know where he got this ring? She asked, carefully phrasing the question. Melissa shook her head, assuming she had bought it at a jewelry store. Suddenly, he heard Harris say, "Thank you for coming right away. She's right there." She was shocked and confused for a moment when she realized the police were standing nearby. "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me," the police officer said to Melissa. I could hardly believe what I was hearing.
I'm sorry, did Travis Kelce just accidentally expose that he's engaged to Taylor Swift? I am freaking out. You guys need to see this. In case you guys missed it, Travis Kelce posted a ton of photos on social media of him and Taylor Swift together. He captioned the photos, had some adventures this off-season, keeping it 100. There are photos of him and Taylor in matching hats, hanging out with some friends in the snow, being so adorable together. You guys, these photos are unreal. But there is one photo in particular that everyone seems to be fixating on, and there is a good reason for that, you guys. So this is one of the photos that Travis posted. Looking at it off the bat, it looks like a relatively normal photo. However, a lot of eagle-eyed fans have zoomed in on Travis's lock screen photo. Is Taylor Swift showing off an engagement ring in this photo?
A 3-year-old child with autism died in the nursery. The truth was astonishing. In May, Tara Williams, who had been busy all day, arrived at her son's daycare center, ready to pick up her 3-year-old son, Conrad Ashcraft, and take him home. But the staff member told her that Conrad had been sleeping since having his noon nap until now. When Tara found Conrad, he was covered with a thick blanket, lying face down and motionless. After the emergency personnel arrived at the scene, they found that Tara's body was stiff and cold, and she had been dead for several hours. After the police investigation, it was discovered that Conrad was punished at noon for not sleeping. A staff member sat on him until he stopped moving. It is reported that this nursery has received numerous complaints about such issues on multiple occasions. But the director of the nursery has always claimed that his staff's work fully complies with the procedures. At present, the daycare center has been temporarily closed, but no one has yet been criminally charged. Let us seek justice for Conrad, and may the deceased rest in peace.
They're following me! Mommy!
The
Nicole O'Kelly couldn't believe it.
I am absolutely sick. I bought this for my 2-year-old little girl.
This mom turned mama bear real quick.
I wanted to call and text everybody. I wanted answers.
But when she got answers, she nearly threw up. Her toddler's toy held a sick secret. This Monster Jam souvenir contains a symbol, a disgusting calling card for creeps. This is a code for pedophiles.
This is pink. This is geared towards little girls, especially at a predominantly male event.
The more we found out, the worse it got. This toy wasn't made far, far away. It was designed in our own Tampa Bay backyard. And here's how the deviant undercover language works. When a pedophile sees children with the heart symbol, it's code, meaning this child is ready to be traded for sex. Talk about turning your stomach.
It's the most vile thing you can ever imagine.
He tells us the heart targets girls, the triangles, little boys. This toy, basically a big neon sign that a pedophile would give a child so another sicko would notice them.
He's just 17, but he's already a father. And who the mother is will shock you. She used to be his nanny. The live-in nanny, Marissa Mowry, was 22 years old. Chris McBride was just an 11-year-old kid, as you can see in this home video.
She said that she loved me. She said that she wanted to date, but she couldn't let anyone know.
Did Marissa make you lie about this?
Yeah, plenty of times. She said, you have to lie or else I'm gonna have to go away.
Chris remembers when his nanny told him she was having his baby.
I was a little bit freaked.
This photo shows him with his newborn son, Bentley. For 3 years, Chris kept the secret. Chris finally came clean to his mother, Nadine.
Mom, Bentley's really my kid. No, there's no way. When the results came back in, I went and threw up.
The nanny was charged with multiple counts of sexual battery in Florida and was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Bodies were in her car for 14 months. The dead bodies were in her car for 14 consecutive months. The woman got pulled over by the police, and they made her go into her car to get anything out that she needed to get out because they were going to tow her car, okay? And as she was pulling things out, she did ask the officer, like, are you guys going to have to take things out of my car? Or, like, can I take it out? They're like, oh, we're going to search your car. Like, we're going to do that, but we're going to allow you to get the things that you want out your car. Mind you, this lady sat there and she told the police officer that she was talking to that they were going to see her name on the news tonight. Now, the police officer didn't think nothing of it at the time, but he definitely kept it in mind because when it came to her getting her shit out of the car, they started to smell a smell that probably was familiar to a police officer. So he's asking her, ma'am, what is that smell? She keeps telling the cops that it's old clothes, it's dirty blankets. And
family digging a pool uncovers a hidden bomb shelter with people inside.
The Miller family in Dayton began digging for a pool but found a sealed Cold War bomb shelter from the 1950s.
We opened the hatch and there were people down there, pale, staring like they'd never seen daylight.
Inside, a family of 6 spanning 3 generations has lived underground for decades, believing the world above was unsafe.
My parents locked us in during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We didn't know it was over.
Surviving on preserved food and rainwater, they maintained a strict routine, unaware of the modern world.
We're working with social services to help them adjust. They're in shock. But healthy.
Emerging into 2025, the family is stunned by simple things like bright sunlight and fresh fruit.
They tried an apple and cried. They said it's the first fresh food they've ever tasted.
From a pool dream to a hidden past, this backyard unearthed a family frozen in time. What's next for them?
It's truly shocking video of an inmate giving birth all alone in a jail cell. Outside the cell, correctional officers at the jail in Denver were allegedly watching on surveillance video and did nothing to come to her aid. The inmate, 27-year-old Diana Sanchez, was 8 months pregnant when she was arrested for identity theft. 2 weeks after her arrest, at 5 a.m., she went into labor, and every moment was caught on surveillance camera. Inside Edition spoke to her lawyer, Mary Newman.
She told the guards and the nurses that she had been having constant contractions, that her water had broken, and that she was passing blood. Now, these are signs that would let any layperson know it's time to go to the hospital.
For the next 6 hours, Diana Sanchez was in the throes of labor. She claims she screamed in pain. At 10:44 a.m., she knew it was time. You can see her struggling to remove her sweatpants.
She is obviously in excruciating pain, calling out for anyone to help her. And at some point, it becomes clear there's simply no one who's going to come.
A state of emergency is now in effect for New York City and New Jersey as a powerful storm unleashes torrential rain across the East Coast. Rainfall rates could hit up to 3 inches per hour, with some areas possibly seeing up to 8 inches total. Governor Kathy Hochul urged early dismissals and warned of a dangerous evening commute. New York City has issued a travel advisory through Friday, and its emergency flood plan is active. Acting New Jersey Governor Tahisha Way also declared a state of emergency, urging residents to stay off roads unless absolutely necessary. The storm began earlier this afternoon and may continue through the night. With saturated ground, flash floods, rock slides, and travel disruptions are all major concerns. This system hits just 2 weeks after deadly storms flooded New York City subways and killed 2 in New Jersey. Officials warn tonight's impact could be just as severe.
Take a bite of the cookie. The insides are pink, so...
It's a girl!
And this family is super stoked because they haven't had a baby girl in, get ready for this, 138 years.
Could you believe it?
We were very shocked.
Carolyn and Andrew Clark already have a 4-year-old boy named Cameron, which was totally expected considering Andrew's family tree. Andrew is one of 3 boys. His dad is also one of 3 boys. His grandfather is one of 4 boys. Andrew's great-grandpa was one of 2 boys. There hasn't been a girl in Andrew's direct line since the year 1885.
Andrew, when you married Carolyn, did you tell her, look, we may never have a girl?
Yeah, I kind of explained to her. I was like, having a girl is a very low chance in my family. We haven't had one in 130 some odd years at that point.
Breaking news, the U.S. is currently recalling a type of ramen due to a deadly infection that can spread and cause death. If you have this product at home, throw it away immediately. According to the FDA, 5 children from 5 different families experienced terrifying symptoms after eating ramen. They described feeling as if something was eating them from the inside out. All 5 were rushed to the emergency room and tragically passed away within hours. Experts have identified a shocking bacteria that thrives specifically in ramen due to how it can be handled post-manufacturing. There is currently no way to stop its spread. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, has issued an eerie warning. 1/3 of infected adults may not survive, and the fatality rate is even higher for children and the elderly. Families reported that by the time symptoms such as diarrhea and vomiting appeared, it was already too late. The recall is underway. 5 children have died after consuming ramen. Discard your ramen immediately. This recall is real. The specific brand of ramen has not yet been 100% confirmed, but theories are already circulating online. If possible, avoid eating ramen altogether and send your condolences to the families affected. Drop you comments.
Tiffany Walker had only made 3 car payments on her new SUV, and now it's totaled. She wants Tomball Ford to pay for the damages, but the dealership says it's not responsible either.
This is her vehicle hours after she dropped it off at Tomball Ford for the first oil change and some warranty work. A total loss.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then I immediately became angry.
Tiffany says Tomball Ford employees told her while their mechanic was driving the vehicle during some repairs, another driver failed to yield the right-of-way, turning left in front of the mechanic, causing him to hit that vehicle. The police report supports that and assigns all blame to the other driver. The dealership is adamant the driver at fault's insurance, Allstate, should pay for the damage. But Allstate says its client is only 70% liable and the mechanic is 30% responsible, claiming he could have avoided hitting the other driver and suggested he was either speeding or distracted. Tomball Ford's general manager wouldn't talk with me on camera, but he told me it's an unfortunate incident, but the dealership is absolutely not at fault.
Somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment.
This guy runs a cleaning service called the Cleaning Fairy. He'll have your home spotless. Dusting and cleaning, he even does the dishes. The other day, 27-year-old Louis Angelino was hired to clean a friend's apartment in South Jersey. He was told he'd find the key under the mat.
are you here? Did you come clean today? And I was like, yeah, I came in cleaned. Like, I'm sitting in your living room right now. Your cat's on my lap. I'm playing with your cat. Louis? I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't have a cat.
Yep, Louis had just spent a lot of elbow grease cleaning the wrong apartment. Just so happens both places had keys under the mat. This is the apartment Louis mistakenly cleaned.
Everything's shining.
It was Beth Motzel's husband who shot the video.
So he said, "You're not going to believe this." I said, "What?" He said, "Somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment."
You may want to call in late to work tomorrow morning because tonight is date night. It's the best, most romantic night of the year. And I'm not just talking about the Perseid meteor shower that's out later tonight, but I'm also talking about the nearly full moon. We're just past full moon now. It's in the waning gibbous phase. It'll be about 85% full. And while that sounds bad for the meteor shower because you'll see less meteors, it also makes for a romantic night. If you have a view to the south, you'll see the moon. If you have a view to the north, you'll have a good view of the meteors. Actually, they'll be high in the north. So let's say you are on the beach looking to the south at the moon late night after midnight tonight. Let's say you're doing that. Well, then, if you look high in the sky at the same time, every once in a while, you'll see one of those magical shooting stars. What a way to impress a date or a loved one of any kind. Head out tonight, but again, it's after midnight. You have to stay up late, and that's why I suggest you call in a little bit late to work tomorrow.
A 6-year-old falls off his float and he can't swim. His arms flail. Then he goes under. His frantic cousin, who's poolside, can't swim either. He pushes the float closer to the boy named Oscar to try to save him. But no luck. The cousin's screams are chilling. Those screams were heard by a nearby maintenance worker turned hero. He runs to the pool, rips off his shoes, and leaps in, fully clothed. He grabs the submerged boy and gets him over to the side. Then, with the help of the cousin, he gets the now unconscious boy out and starts CPR. Other vacationers at the apartment complex in Fort Lauderdale gather to help. The boy's mom arrives and falls to the ground in anguish. Someone at the pool desperately called 911 and cops quickly arrived to the scene. Thanks to that hero, the boy was breathing, but unconscious. An officer carries the boy to a waiting paramedic who takes him to an ambulance, with the panicked mother following close behind.
We have a breaking update when it comes to missing 7-month-old baby Emmanuel Harrow. It is now being reported by some locals that cadaver dogs were searching the home of Rebecca and Jake Harrow and have located blood. They have not located baby Emmanuel, and they're not 100% sure, and it's not confirmed whose blood they found. It is also being reported that law enforcement has filed and is waiting on an additional search warrant. What that search warrant is for isn't exactly clear as of right now. Now, there is a content creator that is local to this case that is reporting on it and giving additional details. I will tag her down below in the caption. But according to her, the night that this incident happened, Rebecca's sister took to social media and was posting all over what Rebecca's initial story was. And allegedly, from that story, the story that Rebecca gave to police officers changed. So that is why law enforcement is stating that there's inconsistencies within Rebecca's story. Also being reported that previous search efforts to locate
American astronomers have just confirmed that in a month's time, Earth will see a second sun. Not a metaphor, not a hallucination, but an ignited white dwarf star will explode with a light comparable to the sun's at a very close distance from Earth. For a short period of time, it will make our skies day and night. Night will no longer fall, and the stars will not be visible. They call this astronomical phenomenon the second day. It's a spectacle that hasn't really happened in tens of thousands of years. But it's not just about beauty. It's not science fiction. It's the reality of astronomy. Scientists warn this intense light and radiation could affect our sleep, biological clocks, and even the climate system. The reproductive cycles of polar animals could be disrupted. Photosynthesis in plants could collapse. And more importantly, it could reshape our perception of the stability of the universe. If there can be a second sun this time, will there be a second Earth next time? It's happening, and you're witnessing it.
That's my first child, and my first child is gone.
A 3-year-old autistic boy deceased in a daycare center, and the truth is shocking. In May, Tara Williams, who had been busy all day, came to the daycare center to pick up her 3-year-old son, Conrad Ashcraft, and take him home. But a staff member told her that Conrad had been sleeping since his nap at noon. When Tara found Conrad, he was covered in a thick blanket, face down and motionless. When the emergency personnel arrived, they found Conrad's body stiff and cold, and he had been deceased for several hours. After investigation by the police, it was found that Conrad was punished for refusing to sleep at noon. A staff member sat on him until he stopped moving. It is reported that this daycare center has received countless complaints about similar incidents before, but the director has always claimed that the employee's work is completely in line with the established procedures. The daycare center has been temporarily closed for now, but no one has faced criminal charges as a result. May we seek justice for Conrad, and may the deceased rest in peace.
America, we have another big recall, and this time it's eggs. So far, we have 65 people in 9 states that have been sickened by a salmonella outbreak. Now, the eggs were supplied by Milo's Poultry Farms, LLC, in Wisconsin, and they were shipped to stores and restaurants in Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But the Food and Drug Administration is saying they may have been sent to other states. So the eggs are labeled with Milo's Poultry Farm or Tony's Fresh Market. All egg types, sizes, and expiration dates are included in the recall. So the CDC said the true number of sick people in this outbreak is likely much higher than the numbers reported. And the outbreak may not be limited to the states with known illnesses. So these are the exact states that have reported outbreaks of the salmonella: California, Colorado, Iowa, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, Utah, Virginia, and Wisconsin. So just for reference, this is the map they have right now. Wisconsin leading with 42 cases. Then you've got Virginia, Utah, and so on. Now, this is not your normal salmonella outbreak either. It's usually treated with antibiotics, but for some reason, this salmonella is not reacting right. Just please, America.
We have some news this evening. The first ever human case of the flesh-eating screwworm has officially been identified in Maryland, according to new exclusive reporting from Reuters. According to Reuters, the person who currently has the flesh-eating screwworm traveled to the United States of America from Guatemala. Many veterinarians learned of this first ever human case in the United States of America on a phone call with the CDC in the past week. Now, I want to say that there are going to be a lot of videos on this app freaking out about this, but there is no cause for concern at this time. Now, these screwworms rarely infest humans, but when it does happen, that can be fatal. And while these parasites can the issue really here is devastating cattle and cattle production in the United States of America if there really is a breakout. Spread the word so more people know. I'll do a full breakdown of this and more on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
She fell asleep during a flight and woke up to find herself totally alone at midnight on the cold, locked-up plane.
It was completely pitch black. I thought, this is a nightmare. This is not happening.
When she realized she was trapped on board, she texted a friend, "I'm stuck by myself, alone on plane." Her friend says she called the airport.
I said, her plane would have landed 2 hours ago. She texted me that she just woke up. I said, I don't know what's going on, but she's at the airport.
Tiffany says there was no power on the empty plane, so she couldn't charge her phone. She fumbled around in the pitch dark and made her way to the front of the aircraft and actually entered the cockpit.
I'm so scared that I'm going to touch something that's wrong, but I knew I had to do something, and I found the flashlight, and I was so happy. That was like the best moment ever.
Tiffany says she got the cabin door open and used the flashlight to signal a baggage handler on the tarmac. Now the incident on board an Air Canada plane at Toronto's International Airport is raising serious security concerns.
Imagine this. You're a nurse arriving at work to care for someone else's child when suddenly your own daughter is rushed into the same hospital fighting for her life after a school shooting. This is the reality for one mother. 12-year-old Sophia Fortress was shot Wednesday morning during Mass at Annunciation Catholic School. The sacred quiet of prayer was shattered by gunfire. 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed. 17 others were injured, most of them kids. Sophia was among them. She was rushed into surgery in the very ICU where her mother was on shift. A mother forced to save other children while her own lay just steps away, battling death. Her family describes her as bright, kind, full of energy. Now she faces a long, painful recovery. Her younger brother was there too. He wasn't hit, but he saw his sister collapse, a trauma no child should carry. Dispatch audio captured the desperate scene, paramedics pleading, "Bring every God you have," as they fought to save young lives. This story isn't about the shooter. It's about Sophia, her mother, her brother, and every victim left behind. Their names matter, and they must never be forgotten. Drop you comments.
The mother of a 2-year-old girl in New Jersey demanding answers after she picked up her daughter from daycare on Wednesday and noticed one of the braids in her daughter's hair was missing.
Tamara Hemingway was stunned. She says she sent her 2-year-old to daycare like this last Wednesday with 4 braids on the right side of her head. She says it was only when she called to check in the afternoon, a staff member at Growing Kids Academy noticed one braid on Mila's head was missing. A report with the Ocean Township Police says Mila's hair looked normal around 11 a.m. The video from inside the classroom shows her playing with her braids several times. The officer notes one of the teachers is seen on video trying to take a smock off of Mila's head around 11:45, at which point she's seen putting her hand up to the right side of her head. After this, the officer no longer saw the braid, and even after searching, the hair and the barrettes were not found. The director of the daycare tells Eyewitness News it's not clear exactly what happened, but that there's no evidence Mila's hair was pulled out.
A key ingredient in most gel nail polishes is now banned in Europe. The chemical TPO gives gel nails that quick dry time and glossy sheen after they're cured under the UV or LED light. But European regulators now say that the ingredient poses a theoretical safety concern based on studies in animals. Limited research has been done in humans. Your first reaction to these studies and what you think of this chemical that could be dangerous for us?
We've been recommending against them for years. The American Academy of Dermatology actually has patient information online recommending against gel manicures. And this ingredient, TPO, for example, among others like methacrylates, are actually contact allergens that cause allergies in some people. But our guidance for the public from the American Academy of Dermatology is that we already have recommendations.
Whatever you guys need, we have it.
The place where he stores hundreds of donated bottles of laundry detergent, fabric softener, and dryer sheets inside West Side High in Newark, New Jersey.
My kids weren't coming to school. Good morning. What's up, baby? Good morning.
Some of Cook's kids, he calls them all his babies, weren't showing up because they were wearing dirty clothes and getting bullied.
I think we really put the microscope on basic needs of kids.
How about giving somebody some clean clothes? Today, West Side has 5 commercial-grade washers and dryers. Principal Cook, who grew up in Newark, also started a program called Lights On. He opens his school from 6 to 11 p.m. on Fridays during the school year and 3 nights a week during the summer. 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., you're supposed to be home eating dinner, doing homework, sleeping.
That's not the case. My babies are taking care of their younger siblings. Their parents are either working hard and just got to take all these odd jobs, or the parents are not there at all.
The kids use the gym, dance, and are fed warm meals.
We have some big news out of Washington, D.C. Thousands of people protested the Trump administration today, marching for more than a mile. Thousands of people took to the streets to make their voice heard today, and not many people are covering it. They started at a park on 16th Street, walked all the way down to Freedom Plaza near the White House. Why are they marching? They're marching against Donald Trump's military occupation of Washington, D.C., the deployment of the National Guard to the streets of Washington, D.C. D.C. residents have said that they don't want the National Guard here. They don't feel safer because of the United States military. And on top of that, they want a free D.C., a D.C. that has its own rights to govern, a D.C. that is a state. And thousands of D.C. residents took to the streets today to make their voices heard. This was a significant demonstration, and it's only the beginning. There's more scheduled. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown of this and more on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
A Texas man is fighting for his life in the hospital after he stole a package off of a woman's front porch, only to go back to his car, open it up, and see that it was full of black widow spiders. This woman was tired of this man coming by and stealing all of her packages before she could get home from work, so she made a little package that was just for him. When he popped that package open in his car, a bunch of spiders came flying out and they bit him all over his face, and then he started swelling up and getting nauseous, so he had to go to the ER, and then he called the police and would like to file assault charges against her for setting up that booby trap. So the police contact the woman and they're like, did you put a decoy package full of black widow spiders out on your front porch? And she's like, oh no, those black widows are my pets. Were you able to find them? I saw that they were missing and I just have them in a box because they like to play in there while I'm at work. And the police were like, oh, this guy, he stole the box and then they bit his face and he whacked a couple of them, so they're no longer with us. And the woman's like, he killed my pets. That's completely unwarranted. I'd like to file charges against him for that.
So there's this woman in Georgia who just went online bragging that she's the reason 475 Hyundai workers got arrested. She thought she was exposing some shady labor practices, but here's the reality. She may have just cost her state nearly 9,000 future jobs. Here's how it went down. Hyundai, yes, the Korean car company, was in the middle of building a massive new facility in Georgia. Now, since this factory was designed and engineered in Korea, they brought in Korean specialists to handle the construction and train the future American workforce. The plan was crystal clear. Finish the facility, then hire thousands of Georgians to run it. But she didn't see that. All she saw were foreigners taking jobs. So she picks up the phone, calls ICE, and says she's doing it to protect Georgia workers. ICE raids the site. Over 400 specialists are detained, construction stalls, and now the investors are seriously considering pulling the plug on the entire facility. So instead of bringing jobs, she may have just scared away one of the biggest economic opportunities Georgia's had in years. And the wildest part? She's running for Congress while bragging about it like she just scored a win. In her head, she thought she secured jobs for Georgians.
Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, will be having her first public appearance right now, as well as her first public comments on TikTok happening right now. This will be the first time that anyone has seen her in public or hear her speak since Charlie Kirk's passing. This was released by Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's company, and it said Miss Erica Kirk to make her first public address. This will start at 8:15 Eastern, live streaming everywhere, but the stream will start at 8 p.m., which should be about right now if you're watching this video. And they're going to have this all over social medias, but I'm also going to be showing it right here on TikTok. We're going to be watching it, so you can also tune in right here if you're seeing this video now. We have not heard from Erica or seen her except for when they were loading Charlie Kirk's casket onto Air Force Two, and now her and her two children are left to figure out what to do without Charlie Kirk around. So I'm sure we are going to hear something from her, very motivational, and maybe just about how she is feeling right now.
There is some real sci-fi Spider-Man and Venom shit going on in Panama right now. So a meteorite falls out the sky in Panama. This guy sees something fall out the sky, goes outside to investigate the area where he's seen it fall. He finds a silver rock. So what does he do? He takes it in the house. And let me just say this to you. What I'm about to tell you right now, you are not going to believe. So I'm just going to have to show you. After cooling this rock off because it was burning hot, he put this rock on a plate. Put a glass over the rock. And when he does that, something started growing out the rock. Oh, you don't believe me, right? Y'all just seen that? Mind you, that's not even the finished product. Go to his page. You'll be able to find it. Trust me, you will be able to find it. And look at the finished product. Look at what that shit really turned into. Now, and I want to say, TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only. This is for entertainment purposes only. Go check that page out. This shit crazy.
This mom made a frantic call to 911 because she couldn't feed her hungry and crying 6-week-old daughter.
And I've been calling neighbors and no one will answer. Totally unexpected. Milk just gone. Like, I'm pumping and it's just like air. And never have had that problem. It's every mom's worst nightmare not to be able to like feed their child.
Shannon Burr didn't have any formula in her house because she breastfed her baby. It was 2:12 a.m., and with her husband out of town and 4 other sleeping children at home, Shannon couldn't just run to the market. So she called 911.
I've never been in this predicament ever. Like, my milk literally just dried out. I have no formula, and I have no idea how I can get formula to her.
Officer Brett Wagstaff had never gotten a call like that before. Moments later, he returned from the local Walmart with the baby formula.
That's the same stuff we gave my daughter when she was first born, so hopefully it doesn't upset her stomach or anything. For me, it was kind of a chance to just pay it forward. I was just glad to be able to help.
Police say a couple left 2 big bills on the table, enough to make it seem like they were leaving a decent tip, when in fact they were doing the opposite.
They walked through the doors just before closing time Monday night.
They're like, hey, you're open, great.
At the Buffalo Wild Wings on Montgomery and Wyoming.
She has a real nice smile on her face.
The woman even raised her hands when staff announced they were still open.
They sit down, and it's a family. It's a mother, a guy, and a child.
Management tells us they were the only 3 paying customers left in the restaurant, or so they thought.
They walk into the restaurant, befriend the waitress. They order over $100 worth of food.
2 large orders of wings, a sampler plate, dessert, drinks to go, and more.
They leave $150 on the table. The other server sees this and thinks, well, that family's paying for the meal. My friend's about to get a really large tip. This is really good.
Just 1 minute to realize that money was fake. But they say what's even more concerning.
U.S. chocolate maker Mars is recalling candy bars and other items in 55 countries across Europe after bits of plastic were found in a Snickers bar in Germany. A consumer complained last month that she found red plastic in the bar. All of the recalled products, including Mars, Snickers, and Milky Way bars, were manufactured at a Dutch factory. Mars is one of the world's biggest food companies, with 29 chocolate brands, including M&M's and Galaxy. It also makes Winkley gum, Domio pasta sauce, as well as the Pedigree pet food. The recall caused concerns over the food security in Europe.
Mars is the manufacturer behind Milky Way Minis, Celebrations, Snickers, and Mars bars, all of which are reportedly affected by the recall. While Mars didn't disclose exactly how many individual candy bars are being recalled, the BBC reports its German production plant produces about 10 million snacks every day.
It's unknown how many chocolate bars and boxes are involved in the recall or the potential financial losses for the company.
Now at noon, after a massive cleanup effort by the city last year, the so-called trash house is once again surrounded by piles of debris.
At this house that is being dubbed the trash house, the trash piling up yet again. Now, this is a live look from here on the ground where I'm standing off Martel Avenue, but we also want to go up above our Sky 5, flying over the home so you can get a better idea about the trash that's not only piling up in the front yard of this home and in the driveway, but also the backyard too. You can see it really just overflowing this entire area. Trash house a little over a year ago, back in April of 2024. You can see back then trash was piled up around this home, sparking outrage in the community and prompting that massive cleanup effort by city crews in hazmat suits.
Within days, we're happy because finally it was like, oh, the house is back to normal. I feel bad for all the neighbors that have, you know.
24, the city sent sanitation workers, some wearing hazmat suits, to help with removing the mountains of debris from the home. We're talking mountains of trash. Even a car was under some of these.
A sneak peek of the new iPhone comes at a big cost. An Apple engineer's daughter posted this video online, and because of it, her father no longer has a job.
I'm feeling good today.
Brooke Amelia Peterson, a vlogger, and her dad, Apple engineer Ken Bauer,
My dad, the Apple man,
were in good spirits as they walked onto the Apple campus at Infinite Loop in Cupertino last week. Peterson records the check-in and badging process, and the family heads to the company cafeteria where, like a proud papa, Bauer tries out Apple Pay on his new iPhone X, a feature that he worked on.
Did you get it? I did.
Bauer then hands the phone over to his daughter, who tries out some of the new features. In the process, she apparently exposed some sensitive information in an email subject line when she pulled down the notifications. Peterson posted the video October 21st, and in 2 days, it became one of YouTube's top 10 trending videos, even beating out a clip from Ellen. Apple asked Peterson to remove the video, which she did. The company later fired Bauer, an engineer who had worked there for 4 years.
Tom Holland was just rushed to a hospital after he suffered a concussion and possibly cracked his skull open. So reports are coming out that Tom Holland on the set of the new Spider-Man movie suffered a terrible accident earlier today and was rushed to the emergency room. And not only was Tom Holland rushed to the hospital, but another employee who was also on set doing a stunt was also rushed to the hospital. This is who they said was possibly a stunt double rushed to the hospital in an ambulance. Now, Tom Holland's dad ended up giving an interview to The Sun and said that his son could possibly be out for multiple weeks. However, he was still going to attend a charity dinner tonight. Even though he was still able to make it to this charity dinner, his dad said, quote, he will be out for a while. Now, as it turns out, he did make it to that charity event. However, he left early after feeling ill, which is usually a sign of a concussion if you start to feel sick or if you end up trying to go to sleep after the accident. The new Spider-Man movie is due out next July. However, people are saying that this injury could end up extending that deadline.
The Costco guys just got swatted and arrested. So as you guys can see in this clip, they just got taken away by police. And the whole reason for this is because the Costco guys went boom on the plane. As you can see leading up to this, where they actually met David Dobrik on here, and this is who caught it. So someone noticed them, and what they said was, and so obviously everyone on the plane freaked out. And so next thing you know, they are getting taken away by the police and arrested. There's a lot of people saying I don't understand how these two ever got famous, because I mean, they're literally just committing crimes now. While some are saying this probably isn't real and y'all know it, but like it did look pretty real to me. And I don't think that you can just impersonate police on a plane. Like this is literally on an airlines, guys. Like this wasn't made up. But honestly, this whole thing is terrifying and I really wonder what happened to Big Justice.
Jane Foster was out shopping downtown when something in the window of this antique store caught her attention.
I totally jumped and I'm sure my feet left the sidewalk.
What was it that had Jane freaking out? It was long-lost wedding photographs.
And that was my mother's wedding picture.
Back in 2003, the photos were tucked away in this storage facility. After Jane's family missed a payment on the locker, their possessions were auctioned off.
I made 40 or 50 phone calls, easily, trying to track down something, and they were all dead ends.
Then came that moment at the antique store in Grand Junction, Colorado. But Jane was in for an even bigger surprise. The owner of Robin's Nest Antiques remembered purchasing the photo along with something else from the storage facility. A wedding gown. Yep, it's the dress Jane's mom wore back in 1948.
So this is yours.
This is her dress.
Sadly, her mom passed away in 2013. But having these treasured family memories back has made Jane feel like her mom is still with her.
I can feel her. It's a wonderful feeling.
Our hidden cameras caught employees with the LA Homeless Services Authority throwing cases of taxpayer-funded food right into the dumpster. Food that's supposed to go to the homeless, now going in the trash. You can see it here just come pouring out of the box. And not just once or twice.
It's a sandwich, an apple, and water.
But despite the tens of thousands of homeless going hungry on the streets of LA, no one got to eat this food. Jay Handel chairs the Homeless Committee for the LA Neighborhood Councils.
This is an absolute disgrace. It's a theft of taxpayer dollars.
For months, we watched LASA employees picking up cases of food to give out to those less fortunate. These are outreach workers. They're supposed to spend their days interacting with the thousands of homeless in LA. The aim, according to LASA administrators, is for them to use the food as an opportunity to build trust in the hopes of convincing them to accept government services and housing and get them off your streets.
Because you're an illegal and you know what? You don't live in Flower Mound and you're door dashing, I can get in your face too.
Found her, we found her. And when people come and say like, oh, I think this is the person and submit it, I then have to like confirm it's the person. And there's a few ways I like that make me feel confident. Like if someone has a very distinctive mole or if someone has very distinctive tattoos or like the jewelry they were wearing in the video is also the jewelry they have in the picture on their Facebook. In this case, though, it was another way that I really like, which is confirmation by family member, in this case, her daughter. Now, I'm not going to out her daughter because her daughter had nothing to do with this and wants nothing to do with this, and understandably so. But she did make a couple posts I'll share with you. Hello all, as I'm sure most of you have seen, the horrific video of my mother harassing an innocent civilian sitting in her car. I've been flooded with comments and messages and wanted to address this as fast as possible. I would like to start off by sincerely apologizing to the woman for having to experience this and for the public for having to watch this. I'm completely and utterly embarrassed and saddened by my mother's actions.
David Simmons' electric meter spins so fast, it'll make your head spin. Just compare it to his neighbors. And these are the same size houses built at the same time by the same builder.
I don't see how it can't be a meter issue. It just, and when, like I said, when you look at it, it just makes no sense to watch what it does.
This is how fast it's going with nothing on, pretty much?
With the basics on, yeah.
Lights.
Lights.
No heat, no washer dryer,
no heat,
no oven.
Anything presently.
All that spinning leads to some shocking electric bills. $900, $1,000, $1,200. These bills from just this summer. Yes, David has a pool, but he gets jolted with high bills from National Grid every month of the year.
The bill is greater than $700, $750 pretty much every single month. And
even in the winter.
Yes.
He says several electricians have been out to test his panel, look for errant wiring or any other energy hogs, but they've all come up short.
I think either somebody's messing with me or I have a bad meter.
People requesting wheelchairs who don't actually need them to get through security and to board the flights.
Christy Herrero, who has now left the industry, has seen her share of airports, long lines, and people who request wheelchairs and might not actually need them.
They want them in the beginning of the flight so that they don't have to stand in line at security. They can be the first person to board the airplane if it's an airline that has open seating.
Because of the 1986 Air Carrier Access Act, which states airlines are required to provide assistance with boarding, deplaning, and making connections, airlines offer the chairs to anyone who requests them, and proof of disability is not required.
Would you say it is abused?
Yes, I would say it's abused the same way the service animals are abused.
Herrero says the practice is so common it even has names among flight attendants, including Miracle Flights and Getaway Jesus. But she says the telltale sign is the number of empty wheelchairs at an arriving flight.
They get up and they walk off the plane.
A customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
I got taken.
Donald Hutchison tells me he thought it was his lucky day when a paving company knocked on his door, said they had just finished a nearby job and could sell him their leftover asphalt. He says he was quoted around $700 for one truckload. And then this happened.
Well, when he came back, when they finished the job up, the guy brought a invoice in and said $12,360. And plus people on his crew were bigger.
So he wrote out the check for more than $12,000. Weeks later, his new driveway is sprouting grass. And here's why.
They just laid the asphalt, very thin layer, right over top of the grass?
Right over top of grass. See this right here?
So this is just, oh, well, look at that. That just is completely separated.
Donald was given this generic receipt with no company information. When he calls the number now, no one answers. If this sounds familiar, it should. I've been highlighting the shoddy work of traveling paving companies for years. Some workers have ended up in jail. Nevertheless, the same scheme is reported year after year. Here's what I've learned. If grass isn't dug out and proper base isn't poured, if the asphalt is not thick enough, it will crumble.
Jason Sung paid the state of Texas to lock in the license plate 5.0 GPA for the next 5 years.
You know, I'm not a good, student or I don't have a good grade, but I just thought it's a funny play and I really liked it.
But little did he know it would be the source of a headache for him down the road.
March 17, 16, it's just like pretty much every day.
Sung's Harris County Toll Road Authority account lists charge after charge for driving through toll plazas, except he says he doesn't take the toll roads often.
This is, his car page.
You can imagine his surprise when he learned from Hectra that someone he doesn't know was driving around with a spoofed version of his vanity plate on their car for months. Hectra sent Sung this photo of the other vehicle.
Even a person who doesn't even have a driver's license can tell you, that's not a Texas plate.
The spoofed plate also shows the other driver's Instagram handle. We were able to connect with him on social media.
Police officer Brian Zach will never forget the day he met little Kyla. Body cam footage captured the moment after a call came in that a 2-year-old girl may have been abused, allegedly by her mother and her mother's boyfriend, who were both taken into custody.
She had dried blood in both her ears. She had different coloring of bruises all about her face.
Back at the police station in Kingman, Arizona, as they waited for child services to show up.
I distinctly remember her grabbing my hand and putting it in her lap and just holding my hand and just petting my hand like I was the one that was needing to be consoled. It melted my heart right away.
When his shift was over, Officer Zach went home, but he says he couldn't stop thinking about the precious child.
And as soon as I woke up, I called the DCS worker and asked how Kyla was doing.
Kyla has now been formally adopted by the Zacks.
This weight was lifted because I knew that.
That teenager who shoved her friend off a 60-foot-high bridge will spend as much time in jail as her friend spent in the hospital. Attorneys thought they'd worked out a plea deal to keep the young woman out of jail, but the judge had another idea.
Punishment for the teen who pushed her friend off a bridge. 19-year-old Taylor Smith was in tears as she was escorted away in handcuffs after being sentenced to 2 days in jail. The ruling surprised both sides. Taylor had pled guilty to reckless endangerment, and prosecutors recommended no jail time. But the judge refused to go along. Jordan plunged 60 feet into the water, landing chest first. She suffered 6 broken ribs and punctured lungs. At the sentencing, Taylor said she was sorry. Then off she went to jail for 2 days. Jordan says she's ready to move on.
I think it's probably just as emotional for her as me. I'm happy it's over.
Taylor Smith was also ordered to spend 38 days on a work crew.
And this woman wants it so badly, she's apparently stealing it. She hauls it down, even though she can barely handle it. Believe it or not, she then tries to load it into the back of her SUV. Not gonna happen. So she tries again.
They just start shoving this entire structure into the back of their vehicle.
We found one of the giant skeletons at this house in Toms River, New Jersey.
Lift it up, then I just got to get a ladder to get the arms on.
Vicky and Glenn Ewell say it's not easy putting it up.
So now this is the wrong hand, right?
Yeah. I showed them that video of the skeleton being jammed into the SUV.
Wow. That's insane.
That is crazy.
I mean, look at the size of this thing. Can you imagine trying to steal it? They cost about $300 if you can find one. They're all sold out on HomeDepot.com.
This youngster comes face to face with one of the giant skeletons, and it stops him in his tracks.
Ladies, another lipstick warning. I warned you about toxic lipstick, how toxic it was. Consumer Reports study some years ago. There's more. 75% of all lipsticks have lead. 100% of the red ones have lead almost, unless it's healthy, of course. But 80% absolutely have some heavy metals in them. 80% also have petrochemicals in them. Those are massive hormone disruptors. More hormone disruptors, 80% of them have something called phthalates. That's a chemical that comes from plastic. There's more. Some of them, almost 90% using fragrance, which I've warned you about fragrance. Stuff is toxic. Here's the problem. You're putting it on your lips, and of course, you're ingesting it. Okay, yeah, driving gut problems, but it's absorbed into these tissues that are very absorbent into the bloodstream. And these are hormone disrupting chemicals that you're using almost every day. You have to invest in healthy lipstick. too much to risk with toxic lipstick.
A boy's drawings may have gotten him in trouble at school, but after class, he's an in-demand working artist.
I like doodling food, robots, and aliens.
Joe Whale will draw anything that comes to mind, but his teacher thought he was paying too much attention to his doodles and not enough attention to math.
Well, it made me feel quite annoying because there was no place that I'd really be able to express myself.
He may only be 10, but his parents recognized his talent and wanted to find a way for him to cultivate it.
We thought we'd just get him into some after-school art class.
Before they knew it, Joe was commissioned to do an art wall for a local restaurant. And he now has a substantial Instagram following.
I was really excited because it was the first time I could actually express myself and pretend that my characters were coming to life.
Now the requests for his services are pouring in.
Breaking news, that household cleaner sitting under your sink, it might be spreading bacteria instead of killing it. Popular cleaning brand Fabuloso has just recalled over 4 million bottles after finding they may be contaminated with a dangerous bacteria, Pseudomonas. Yes, the product known for 2x the cleaning power could be giving you more than you bargained for. It's a cleaner. It's supposed to eliminate bacteria, not carry it, but due to a preservative failure during production, certain batches became a breeding ground for two types of potentially harmful Pseudomonas bacteria, P. aeruginosa and P. fluorescens. According to Dr. Spratt, these strains can cause serious infections, especially in people with weakened immune systems, like the elderly, pregnant women, or anyone with conditions like cystic fibrosis. And it gets worse, the bacteria can become airborne. Dr. Spratt warns that if people pour this cleaner into a spray bottle, it could turn into an aerosol, spreading germs throughout the home. In some cases, particularly with P. aeruginosa, this can lead to severe respiratory infections, and for vulnerable patients, it could even be fatal.
They're back. Fox 4's warned you about a band of scoundrels who've been accused of scamming dozens of people. They offer to asphalt your driveway for a price that balloons as soon as the work begins.
He came in the front door and he said, "My boss has an extra load of asphalt left over."
Laura Lynn Snow was about to say no thanks when the man told her the price, $2,600. But 10 minutes later, he's back inside her office with every move captured on their cameras.
He comes in here and tells me that it was going to be $10,000.
And this is the guy they did business with, Jerry Allen Sawyer. He's been selling asphalt and collecting victims for years. She said he told her it wouldn't cost her more than $80.
I about dropped dead when he said $10,000.
And if you refuse to pay, like Jerry Oliphant did,
they threatened to sue me, they threatened to put a lien on my house.
You can see from this video, they even surrounded him. He eventually relented and gave them $9,000, 3 times what he was told the price would be.
Because they were wearing dirty clothes and getting bullied.
Whatever you guys need, we have it.
The place where he stores hundreds of donated bottles of laundry detergent, fabric softener, and dryer sheets inside West Side High in Newark, New Jersey.
My kids weren't coming to school. Good morning. What's up, baby? Good morning.
Some of Cook's kids, he calls them all his babies, weren't showing up because they were wearing dirty clothes and getting bullied.
I think we really put the microscope on basic needs of kids.
How about giving somebody some clean clothes? Today, Westside has 5 commercial-grade washers and dryers. Principal Cook, who grew up in Newark, also started a program called Lights On. He opens his school from 6 to 11 p.m. on Fridays during the school year and 3 nights a week during the summer. 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. You're supposed to be home eating dinner, doing homework, sleeping.
That's not the case. My babies are taking care of their younger siblings. Their parents are either working hard and just got to take all these odd jobs, or the parents are not there at all.
I got you. If you know literally anybody that owns a dog or a cat, you're going to want to send them this video because the FDA just issued a nationwide warning over all different kinds of pet food. So dog and cat food pet recall sparks a nationwide warning to pet owners. And by the way, there was just a pet food recall like a week ago, but this is a new one. So they're saying that this company is now recalling 5 products that were manufactured under the same lot that was exposed to Listeria, which is obviously no good. And then the FDA is obviously stating that Listeria can actually pose a potential health risk risks to people and pets. So they're saying that according to the release, these recalled products were distributed to customers in all 50 of the states and the District of Columbia. So it's a nationwide recall. And then the products that are under this recall is the Viva Turkey for Dogs Ground, the Viva Turkey for Dogs Chunked, the Viva Turkey for Cats, and the Viva Pure Turkey and Viva Beef and Turkey for Puppies. I literally don't think anybody understood that, so you can pause and read this if you want, and it's all going to be under the lot 21244. So if you have any of these, throw them away. And then you can pause and read this if you want to contact them for a refund.
The caller asking when she was moving out.
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, I bought your house in an upset bid."
This was news to Rogers. She had already paid off her Pitt County home of 12 years.
So I kind of thought it was a joke.
But she soon found out this was no trick. Her home, valued at $413,000, was sold for just $221,000. It turns out her HOA foreclosed on her home 11 months ago, after it says Rogers didn't pay her dues.
Well, why didn't you pay the $1,400? What's your response to that?
That's all I hear. And I say, I would have if I known.
Rogers claims she had no idea she was in an HOA. She also says she got no notice of the debt or the foreclosure, or even of the sale.
No one ever came to your door. No one ever called you. No one ever sent you an email saying you owed this much.
No.
And she never signed the official papers.
The HOA never served her lawsuit papers. They just didn't do it. That is fatal.
I'm so guilty that I wasn't there to protect her.
They was putting sticks in the little girl private area. The 8-year-old, the 9-year-old, and the 10-year-old need to be charged, all three of them, not just the 10-year-old. So did y'all hear about what happened to a little girl in Cleveland, Ohio? There were 3 older children, ages 8, 9, and 10, approached a little girl. She was either 5 or 6. Her mama did not disclose her age. Took her far away from the location that she was at. They jumped on the little girl, essayed the little girl, bit the little girl behind, and urinated on the little girl. Lied to the family member face when they asked did they see a little girl, knowing they knew where the little girl was at. So on September the 13th, 2025, in Tavia, Kennebrew, she had a medical procedure that she had to get done. She let her daughter stay with a trusted family member. Her daughter ended up leaving out the house. Her daughter was approached by 3 older children, ages 8, 9, and 10, 2 boys, 1 girl. So those 3 took her daughter away far in the field. They proceeded to jump on her, essay her, and everything. When a family member had noticed that the baby was missing, they contacted Antavia. She said she got up so fast and left the house and hurried up and got to the scene.
Is he finally regretting those gold chains implanted in his head? Spanish musician Dan Sur stunned fans back in 2021 when he revealed his jaw-dropping new look on TikTok, actual gold chains implanted into his scalp. Now, he embraces the title of being the first rapper in history to have gold hair implants. The procedure was far more extreme than it sounds. Hooks were surgically embedded into his skull, allowing the chains to hang directly from his head. To silent skeptics, Dan even proved the implants were real by showing that the chains don't float in water. While Dan seems satisfied with the bold aesthetic, medical professionals have sounded alarms about the potential dangers. Doctors warn that the procedure carries serious risks, including infections, skull fractures, and permanent hair loss. The weight of the metal chains could also strain the scalp and cause lasting damage. Despite these health concerns, Dan remains fully committed to his flashy new look, showing off chains in various colors, from gold to silver. But experts caution that this is one hip-hop trend fans should definitely not try to copy. What do you think about Dan Sur bold art? Share your thoughts in the comments.
So this is the latest one, and actually you can come right here and see. That's how flimsy it is.
Carrie Frankham only has 10,000 miles on her white 2019 Hyundai Sonata.
When it rains, it will just start coming off right here. Can't even wash it now, because if I try to wash it, more paint comes off of it.
The first time the paint started flaking off, Frankham was at a hotel and thought someone had scratched or scraped the car.
It's embarrassing. I don't like driving around like this. It looks like a Dalmatian.
And she's not alone. This Hyundai Peeling Paint Facebook group has thousands of members with similar stories and pictures. Cars of many Hyundai models and colors, but predominantly white. Many are not getting help from Hyundai. And this letter denying Carrie Frankham's claim, Hyundai wrote, quote, "We do not believe the paint failed because of a defect."
They came back and said I was out of warranty and that their material wasn't defective, which is obviously false because there's thousands of Hyundais running around with paint missing. That's ridiculous. It's really upsetting because I take really good care of my vehicle.
27-year-old Louis Angelino was hired to clean a friend's apartment in South Jersey. He was told he'd find the key under the mat. So far, so good.
2.5 hours later,
place is spotless.
Then the friend reached out to Louis with a perplexing question.
Are you here? Did you come clean today? And I was like, yeah, I came and cleaned. Like, I'm sitting in your living room right now. Your cat's on my lap. I'm playing with your cat. Louis? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't have a cat.
Yep, Louis had just spent a lot of elbow grease cleaning the wrong apartment.
His apartment's 277. You were in 227.
Yes.
And you had already finished cleaning the entire place.
Exactly.
Just so happens both places had keys under the mat. This is the apartment Louis mistakenly cleaned. The homeowner was so shocked, he took this video when he came home and saw the place in pristine condition.
The couch is all put together.
This homeowner found 40 downed trees on his property. Some of them were 150 years old.
This isn't because a storm came through, right?
No.
So what happened here?
It was a hurricane of chainsaws.
40-year-old Sammy Shinway came home from work and heard chainsaws in the woodsy backyard he owns behind his home in Kenilworth, New Jersey. He confronted the work crew.
They told me that they were hired to cut trees down.
Except the problem is, this is your property, right? There's no question about that.
Correct.
That's not all. Some of the trees left standing had their tops lopped off.
Those red cedar trees were topped off. They're eventually going to die.
So who would do such a thing? Well, court documents say it was a neighbor identified as Grant Haber. He lives in this beautiful home. His motive? Get this. Shinway says his neighbor just wanted a better view. From above, you can see the before and after. Haber is facing fines of $32,000, but that may be just the beginning of his troubles. This homeowner found 40 downed trees on his property. Some of them were 150 years old.
This isn't because a storm came through, right?
No.
So what happened here?
It was a hurricane of chainsaws.
40-year-old Sammy Shinway came home from work and heard chainsaws in the woodsy backyard he owns behind his home in Kenilworth, New Jersey. He confronted the work crew.
So what are you guys doing? And they told me that they were hired to cut trees down.
Except the problem is, this is your property, right? There's no question about that.
Correct.
That's not all. Some of the trees left standing had their tops lopped off.
Those red cedar trees were topped off. They're eventually going to die.
So who would do such a thing? Well, court documents say it was a neighbor identified as Grant Haber. He's a counterterrorism expert who's appeared on right-wing media. From above, you can see the before and after. Haber is facing fines of $32,000, but that may be just the beginning of his troubles.
$1 million.
It's not about,
A family in Virginia mistakenly brought home the wrong golden retriever. So they dropped the dog off, named Emmy, at a doggy daycare. During that visit, they opted for the grooming service. Then they had their son pick up the dog at the end of the day. Well, initially the family said something was different, but they thought, it's just the haircut, right? Then they noticed other things. The cats started attacking the dog. Their dog does not normally lick faces, but this one did. And Emmy loved a certain neighbor, but the new dog, not their dog, didn't have much of a reaction to that neighbor. The family assumed the dog was sick, so they took the dog to the vet. Sure enough, the microchip scan proved that it was not Emmy.
So we just never even thought that would happen. And of course, we thought we would know, right? Like, we're her parents. We would know something was wrong. We would know right off the bat that it wasn't Emmy.
The owners say they're not upset with the doggy daycare. They said it was easily a mistake. Apparently, Emmy does have that look-alike there, and they were able to reunite the dogs with their rightful owners, both of them.
Breaking news, America, we have a major problem. A massive candy recall just dropped, and it's targeting stuff from Walmart, Target, and Dollar General. We're talking about Palmer Candy Company, one of the biggest names in snack mixes and coated sweets, now pulling dozens of products off shelves due to salmonella contamination. Before I go further, if you have any snack or candy with that white yogurt-like coating, do not eat it. Return it, refund it, toss it. Because here's the deal. This recall includes everything from coated pretzels to trail mixes to fudge cookies. If it came from Palmer and it's covered in white stuff, it's on the list. And it's not just a small batch. This stuff was sold nationwide in over 17 states, California, Texas, Florida, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and many more, coast to coast. Even worse, the FDA classified it as a Class 1 recall, meaning there's a real risk of serious illness or death. So if you shop at Walmart, Target, Dollar General, even some grocery chains like Hy-Vee, you may have this in your your house right now. No illnesses have been reported yet, but salmonella is no joke. Fever, cramps, diarrhea, and it hits the elderly and kids the hardest.
It's simply incredible. She's 109 years old, yet she lives with the energy of a young woman. Her hair is completely white, but her spirit remains radiant. Every week she goes on up to 35 dates and spends her evenings in clubs or dance halls just to relive that feeling of youth and freedom. Her name is May Allen Way, the undisputed queen of classic style. While for most people, reaching 100 means wheelchairs or forced rest, for her it's quite the opposite. She does sit-ups every morning, applies her makeup carefully, and chooses her outfits with an elegance that would make many models envious. At 109, she looks more radiant than an 18-year-old girl, with a colossal fortune and impeccable style. Yet she has never wanted to get married. She's had over 90 love stories, and her current partner, who is over 80, describes her as the most vibrant woman he has ever met. Even at her age, she still walks in high heels, proud and luminous. Her life is a lesson. Age is never an excuse. Living fully doesn't depend on the number of years, but on the passion you put into each day.
A school cafeteria worker admits she did wrong, and she understands why she was fired.
For 14 years, Debbie Salzman worked as a beloved lunch lady here at Denver Place Elementary School in Wilmington. She says she would upgrade the lunch of a child who didn't have enough money or give them extra food if they said they were still hungry.
If they didn't have enough money on their account, they would get a cheese sandwich instead. When they got a free lunch, that would come back and say, Miss Debbie, I'm still hungry. Didn't you get your belly full for supper last night? And you don't know how many times I heard they didn't have supper that night.
Salzman says she kept Post-it note IOUs and paid out of her own pocket for kids, but the district suspended and terminated her this February for, quote, not keeping track of her register and providing food to her grandchildren without payment, end quote. Salzman admits to giving her grandchildren extra food too, but says it wasn't just them.
I broke the rule. I'm the one that broke the rule.
Breaking news, the U.S. is currently recalling a type of ramen due to a deadly infection that can spread and cause death. If you have this product at home, throw it away immediately. According to the FDA, 5 children from 5 different families experienced terrifying symptoms after eating ramen. They described feeling as if something was eating them from the inside out. All 5 were rushed to the emergency room and tragically passed away within hours. Experts have identified a shocking bacteria that thrives specifically in ramen due to how it can be handled post-manufacturing. There is currently no way to stop its spread. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, has issued an eerie warning. 1/3 of infected adults may not survive, and the fatality rate is even higher for children and the elderly. Families reported that by the time symptoms such as diarrhea and vomiting appeared, it was already too late. The recall is underway. 5 children have died after consuming ramen. Discard your ramen immediately. This recall is real. The specific brand of ramen has not yet been 100% confirmed, but theories are already circulating online. If possible, avoid eating ramen altogether and send your condolences to the families affected. Drop you comments.
In Florida, a man witnessed an incredible scene while withdrawing money from an ATM. The machine suddenly malfunctioned and started spitting out cash, with a total of $1.2 million on the spot. Initially shocked by what he saw, the man quickly realized something was wrong and called the police, notifying the bank staff as well. When the bank staff arrived and conducted a thorough count, they confirmed that the ATM had dispensed $1.2 million in total. However, after checking, they discovered that $500 was missing. The bank believes that the man might have hidden the $500 in the chaos and demanded that he return the amount, along with compensation for the ATM damage and the bank staff's lost work time, totaling $10,000. According to the bank's lawsuit, the man's actions were considered illegal possession, taking extra money without a legal right to it. However, the man insists that he never intentionally took the extra cash, claiming everything happened due to the ATM malfunction, and he reported the situation to the authorities as soon as possible. Do you think the man should pay for these costs?
A 27-year-old man saw something unbelievable while using an ATM. The machine malfunctioned and spit out a total of $1.2 million in cash. After the bank manager noticed the anomaly and called the police, the man, still in shock, was detained for questioning about 5 minutes later. When bank staff arrived and finished a full count, they confirmed the ATM had dispensed $1.2 million. However, reconciliation later showed $200,000 was missing. The bank claims the man may have pocketed the $200,000 amid the chaos and is demanding he return the funds plus pay for ATM damage and staff overtime for a total of $250,000. In its lawsuit, the bank accuses him of conversion, illegally taking extra money without any right to it. The man insists he never took any extra cash.
Just over a week ago, Christina Tennyson, her husband, and 2 kids closed on this 6-bedroom, 3-acre property just south of Manteca. Because the family wanted to paint and update the home before moving in, it was left vacant. Just a couple days ago, she came to check on the progress.
But when she drove up to her property to meet her contractors, she was surprised to find a U-Haul truck.
And then I noticed a car and some women and children, running around my driveway. At the time, my contractor was here. So I just went upstairs and I asked him, hey, did you bring a U-Haul? And he said no. So we kind of immediately knew, something's not right.
She confronted them.
I came downstairs to ask them what they were doing here, and they informed me they were moving in. And, I informed them, no, this is my house. And they were trying to tell me that their dad had rented the house.
Turns out the alleged dad was one of 2 men caught on her security camera a few days earlier on her property.
So I just, told them I was going to call the cops.
She did, and as shown here, they immediately left just minutes before sheriff's deputies arrived.
The couple says magnet fishing is as simple as tying a heavy-duty magnet onto a rope, giving it a toss, and then waiting for it to connect to a metal object. Little did they know their casual pastime would lead them to the discovery of a lifetime. The 2 spent Friday afternoon magnet fishing at Corona Park's Meadow Lake. After about 45 minutes of throwing the magnet back and forth into the water, Kane felt a heavy tug and managed to haul up an old, rusted safe from the murky depths. It wasn't the first time they found an old safe, and they assumed there would be nothing inside, which they were used to finding.
It looked sealed, but I saw a hole in the bottom, so I started banging it on the floor, and I thought there was baggies in there where you would put change or something like that.
But what was revealed left the couple in disbelief. Agostini says she thought Kane was playing a prank on her when he told her there were stacks of dollar bills inside.
It's no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not money. He's like, no, it really is. Until I saw it for myself and he peeled back.
This woman is holding a 6-month-old girl she found on the beach after the baby's parents allegedly left her alone for almost an hour. Police say the parents took a walk down the beach with 3 of their children, leaving their 6-month-old daughter all alone in a tent. A woman who was sunbathing nearby says she saw the baby all alone. She notified hotel staff and called 911. By the time deputies arrived, hotel personnel said the baby had been left unattended during nap time from 11:10 a.m. to 12:06 p.m., 56 minutes.
This wasn't just a mistaken mom has baby, no dad has baby, or we thought somebody else had baby. It essentially was the parents walked off with other children and left the baby without any care for that about an hour time frame.
According to the police report, the dad told cops that the other 3 children had run off down the beach, so he and his wife went after them to go for a walk, leaving their sleeping infant in the tent unattended. He said they lost track of time and did not realize how long they had been gone.
What they reported to us is that because it was nap time, they didn't want to disturb their child. A 6-month-old cannot provide for itself, can't care for itself. Worst case scenario, baby could roll over and potentially suffocate.
Jenny Morse's valuables missing from a Chase Bank deposit box in Orlando. Jenny went to open her box, but says her key wouldn't fit. And to her horror, when the bank drilled it open, she says all her cash and priceless possessions were gone. Imagine more than $100,000 in cash, jewelry, and gold coins. Poof. Gone. Just an empty box. But she says the bank denied losing anything.
And no matter what I said, they didn't believe me. They were adamant about their records, and I was adamant that they were wrong.
Jenny Morse sued Chase Bank, but the judge dismissed the case.
When you're working against a huge corporation like that, and I don't have access to the documents that might lead to them realizing that what I'm saying is true, it was once again devastating.
But then, 3 years later, something remarkable happened. Jenny saw one of her long-lost items, a $10,000 diamond necklace, on TV of all places.
A somewhat unusual living arrangement, but for now it works. This woman named Joy opened her home to a father and his baby who had no place to go. Ruben had just gained custody of his newborn daughter. He was in Arizona from Ohio to pick her up when she was 4 days old. That's when he met Joy at the hospital where she volunteers.
And I sat down and was rocking her when her father came in. And we sort of made a connection right away.
Ruben made arrangements for him and his daughter to fly back home.
I explained to the airline, I was going to have to fly back with her. They told me the policy was to make sure that I had some kind of documentation from the hospital saying that she was clear to fly. I got all that.
Ruben says he had all the paperwork needed, but when he got to the gate at Frontier Airlines, he was turned away. He says the airline's policy is that a baby must be at least 7 days old to fly. He called Joy, who told him,
I'm coming to get you and I'm going to take you home. So I'm thinking taking me home, she's going to drive me back to Cleveland.
At just 41 years old, the legendary offensive lineman Nick Mangold has passed away. Regardless of what team you were a fan of, everybody in the late 2000s and early 2010s knew that Nick Mangold was one of the best offensive linemen in the NFL. But what a lot of people didn't know is that following his retirement, he was dealing with a lot of major medical issues. As earlier this month on social media, he announced that he was dealing with a chronic kidney disease, which it's also been revealed that it's been something that he's dealt with since 2006. When he announced all this on social media earlier this month, he was also asking for potential kidney donation. However, he suddenly passed away today due to complications with said kidney disease. And this is just another reminder about how fragile life truly is. And as you would expect, the New York Jets organization have given their condolences to Nick Mangold and his family. And many other NFL teams, as well as current and former NFL players, are also giving their condolences and their thoughts to Nick Mangold's family.
A local councilman has introduced a bill to officially make bodega cats legal.
Many say is the perfect way to keep mice and rats away from the stores.
If you ask New Yorkers, bodegas feel more like bodegas with a pet cat around.
It's a cute cat. Comes outside, plays with people pet it all the time.
It's adorable. And cats tend to get more love than the workers behind the counter, especially Mia at the bodega on 69th and 2nd, who's featured on a Bodega Cat Instagram account. Councilmember Keith Powers also on Insta.
A bodega without a bodega cat? You gotta be kidding me.
Bodega cats are an iconic part of our city. Everybody knows them, loves them, but yet most people don't know, they're not technically legal.
Powers, running for Manhattan Borough President, isn't catting around with the idea of making them legal. He's introduced his new bill that will also establish a free vaccination program for cats that are registered to bodegas, sharing more about the roles they play inside.
Keeping it clean, getting vermin out of the way, so they actually play a role within the bodega, but we want to make sure they're legal, they're vaccinated, they have all the resources they need to stay healthy, and that they can be healthy inside the store.
Man, so the footage I just seen of Bezu getting unalive was sad to see. The police released a video of two dudes running up on him shooting. I know dude was living that life, but I always feel bad every time I see a video like that. If you watch the video, you will see he didn't even have a chance. That's why I always try to tell the kids, bro, living that life not it at all. Every day, everywhere you go, you're gonna have to look over your shoulders. And it only take one time for you to slip up and that could be the end of everything. I don't even think he was in the hood and it still happened like that. It looked like they tried to unalive the people that was with him too. Another thing, I always see people say Chicago don't play fair. The streets don't play fair. It's bigger than Chicago. I see people keep trying to blame it on the city. Y'all gotta understand, when niggas living that life, it can happen anywhere. They don't care if they catch you in Alaska. The chances might be better if you're not in your hometown, but if it's meant, it's meant. It's a lot of dudes that's fans of Chicago rappers. They showing you what happened when you live that life. Even one of the most successful Chicago rappers in jail right now, Dirt. It's only two ways that shit gonna go. Facts.
Tonight, a 13-year-old boy being hailed a hero after police say he saved his little sister from a kidnapping using a slingshot. Owen Burns tells us he looked out his window only to see his 8-year-old sister being grabbed by a stranger. He knew he had to act fast.
I grabbed my slingshot and opened the window.
He shot with a marble one time and connected with a rock the second time. Both shots striking the suspect, once in the forehead, once in the chest.
Through the window, making the shot twice. from about 200 feet away, according to his mother. Seems like you're a pretty good shot. Do you practice a lot with your slingshot?
No. We spoke to slingshot marksman Zachary Fowler.
When you heard this story about this 13-year-old hitting a would-be abductor from a very far distance, what was your reaction?
I was blown away. That's a huge shot to hit this guy in the head, and I'm going to talk to him later and congratulate him.
Just happy we were able to celebrate her 8th birthday that Saturday after. I mean, we could have been celebrating a funeral or something else.
Emmer's ex-boyfriend Mizkif may be arrested for defamation. On October 26, TikTok influencer Emmeru broke down in tears during her first live stream after being forcibly kissed. In front of millions of viewers, she tearfully recounted enduring prolonged emotional abuse and harassment from Mizkif. At TwitchCon 2025, Mizkif even sent someone to assault and forcibly kiss her. Even more terrifyingly, Mizkif frequently stalked and smeared her, contacted her colleagues, and attempted to silence her through intimidation. She stated he warned her that exposing him would ruin her career. She revealed Mizkif planned to spread false claims of Emmeru abusing animals to defame her. It's unimaginable what unprecedented reputational damage Emmeru would face if these schemes succeeded. Currently, the situation between the two has drawn the attention of millions of netizens. Emmeru will formally sue Mizkif for defamation and sexual harassment, applying for a restraining order claiming Mizkif has ruined her life. Both parties refuse to back down. Do you think Emmeru would really abuse animals?
Breaking news, Björn Andresen has died in Stockholm. Before his death, his final words revealed his true cause of death. The world-famous most beautiful boy in the world, Björn Andresen, died in Stockholm at 70. Before passing, he left a final message. My life had its ups and downs, but I truly believe beauty is not a sin. Few realize this brief sentence hinted at the true cause of his death. Despite his fame for beauty, his tragic past was largely unseen. Abandoned by his father at 5, witnessing his mother's suicide at 10, and orphaned early. His looks led to sexual abuse, fueling deep depression and alcoholism, with severe depression striking by age 19. As an adult, he hid his looks behind a beard and tattered clothes. After his eldest son died in infancy, he withdrew from public life, appearing only briefly in a 2021 documentary. Yet media attention never ceased, trapping him like a net. Years of mental stress weakened him, and a heart attack linked to depression's physical toll claimed his life. In the end, the media spotlight and public scrutiny became his killers.
A pizza delivery driver was ordered to pay $500,000 after helping an elderly woman who had fallen. 90-year-old Annie was taking a walk in her garden when she tripped over a stone. Nearby, Justin, a delivery driver, happened to see her fall. He immediately rushed over, helped her up, and escorted her safely back home. Annie thanked him sincerely, saying, "If it weren't for him, I don't know how long I would have been lying there." But just as Justin was about to leave, he was stopped by Annie's family. They were furious, accusing him of pushing her down in the first place. Justin repeatedly denied it. "I didn't push her, I just helped her up." But Annie's son, Ben, snapped back. "If you didn't push her, then why did you help?" Angry and frightened, Justin called the police. Yet when officers arrived and asked Annie what had happened, she claimed Justin had pushed her. With no surveillance cameras nearby, Justin had no way to prove his innocence. Ben then demanded $500,000 in compensation. Determined to clear his name, Justin went public with the story online, hoping to find any witnesses who might have seen what really happened.
Breaking news. Something terrible is about to happen to the United States. Starting December 12, 2025, it will start snowing and it won't stop for 60 days. Yes, snow is beautiful, but imagine a month of nonstop snow. A scientist named Judah Cohen has issued a warning, and what he says is disturbing. Half the country could be buried under ice. Businesses would close, supermarkets would close, power outages would spread, heating gas would run out, and whole families could be trapped and freeze to death. People would try to flee south to places like Florida or California, but the roads would be blocked by snow. Walking or driving would be nearly impossible. Survival would require a miracle. Some believe this is why so many immigrants are leaving the country. What seemed like a crisis could be a blessing in disguise. All we can do now is prepare, pray, and ask for protection. Because if this snow lasts 60 days, it could freeze the entire United States. And this is no joke. If this blackout is planned, who benefits from the freeze? Comment on the snow if you feel something is wrong. Finally, follow me to hear the news you never heard before.
A pizza delivery driver was ordered to pay $500,000 after helping an elderly woman who had fallen. 90-year-old Annie was taking a walk in her garden when she tripped over a stone. Nearby, Justin, a delivery driver, happened to see her fall. He immediately rushed over, helped her up, and escorted her safely back home. Annie thanked him sincerely, saying, "If it weren't for him, I don't know how long I would have been lying there." But just as Justin was about to leave, he was stopped by Annie's family. They were furious, accusing him of pushing her down in the first place. Justin repeatedly denied it. "I didn't push her, I just helped her up." But Annie's son, Ben, snapped back. "If you didn't push her, then why did you help?" Angry and frightened, Justin called the police. Yet when officers arrived and asked Annie what had happened, she claimed Justin had pushed her. With no surveillance cameras nearby, Justin had no way to prove his innocence. Ben then demanded $500,000 in compensation. Determined to clear his name, Justin went public with the story online, hoping to find any witnesses who might have seen what really happened. Millions of viewers rallied behind him. Some accused Annie's family of extortion, while others warned, next time you help someone, make sure you record it. Thousands of American tourists are stranded in Jamaica, and airlines are charging $5,000 for a single ticket home. Flights are canceled, airports are chaos, and with Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 monster tearing toward the island, desperation has become a business. Winds over 165 miles per hour, 40 inches of rain, and warnings of flash floods, landslides, and deadly storm surges. While terrified families huddle in hotel lobbies, airlines quietly push ticket prices through the roof. $5,000 for one seat on a plane, just to escape alive. It's not just bad weather, it's greed at its most shameless. Because when fear takes over, corporations smell profit. And in this storm, they're the only ones guaranteed to win. Parents are maxing out credit cards, borrowing money, begging for seats. Meanwhile, private jets are flying the wealthy home. A boy returned a wallet, only to be sued for $3,000 by its owner. 17-year-old Adrian found a handbag in a supermarket parking lot containing $10,000 in cash. He drove more than 10 kilometers to personally hand the wallet back to its owner. He thought he would be praised for his honesty, but instead, the owner called the police. She claimed that $3,000 was missing from the bag and demanded that Adrian repay the lost money. Adrian felt deeply wronged. He hadn't taken anything, but now he had no way to prove it. The police, too, couldn't determine who was lying. The case has since entered civil litigation. Once the story went public, it ignited fierce debate online. Some said this is what happens when kindness gets punished. Others argued he shouldn't have returned it without evidence. A judge later commented that no matter how good your intentions are, you should always keep a record of your actions. Adrian said quietly, "I just wanted to do the right thing. I never thought I'd end up being treated like a thief."
A local councilman has introduced a bill to officially make bodega cats legal.
Many say is the perfect way to keep mice and rats away from the stores.
If you ask New Yorkers, bodegas feel more like bodegas with a pet cat around.
It's a cute cat. Comes outside, plays with people pet it all the time.
It's adorable. And cats tend to get more love than the workers behind the counter, especially Mia at the bodega on 69th and 2nd, who's featured on a Bodega Cat Instagram account. Councilmember Keith Powers also on Insta.
A bodega without a bodega cat? You gotta be kidding me.
Bodega cats are an iconic part of our city. Everybody knows them, loves them, but yet most people don't know, they're not technically legal.
Powers, running for Manhattan Borough President, isn't catting around with the idea of making them legal. He's introduced his new bill that will also establish a free vaccination program for cats that are registered to bodegas, sharing more about the roles they play inside.
Keeping it clean, getting vermin out of the way, so they actually play a role within the bodega, but we want to make sure they're legal, they're vaccinated, they have all the resources they need to stay healthy, and that they can be healthy inside the store.
No wonder Stefon Diggs touched Cardi B's pregnant belly so forcefully. The reason behind it is heartbreaking. Recently, Cardi B joined the ranks of NFLWAGs, appearing at a Patriots vs. Falcons game. She cheered for her boyfriend, Stefon Diggs' Patriots team. However, after the game, Diggs touched Cardi B's pregnant belly very forcefully. This action drew criticism and questioning from netizens. What seemed like a very rough gesture was actually to protect Cardi B. First, Cardi B has been pregnant 4 times, and the physical changes during pregnancy may have made her uncomfortable. Diggs' touch was actually out of concern, trying to alleviate Cardi B's discomfort and offer her comfort and support. Second, Diggs used this method to establish a connection with the child in Cardi B's womb, letting the unborn child feel the presence of fatherly love. Finally, Diggs, as a man about to become a parent, displayed a protective instinct towards his partner in public. Although the gesture might seem a bit rude to outsiders, Diggs' intention was to convey his deep care for Cardi B and their unborn baby.
A Kentucky homeowner calls it instant karma. He says a driver tried to run over a 9-foot snowman that he built outside of his home.
This towering triple stack of snowballs in northern Kentucky has a lot of character.
We were playing in the snow. She's from Mississippi, so this is the most snow she's ever seen in her entire life. I'm from Buffalo, so this is no big deal. I love the snow.
Someone saw the soon-to-be Lutz family's creation and tried to fracture Frosty with the front end of their truck. But they quickly realized their mistake when the plowed-away snow showed Frosty's roots.
Instant karma, Ken. It's hilarious. What goes around comes around in good ways, in bad ways. So I guess probably everybody learns a valuable lesson here from Frosty.
There may be a couple lessons in here. Believe in karma and smile through the tough times. Frosty sure is.
I think he got the last laugh for sure.
Y'all, Blueface has been out for less than a day, and already the baby mama drama is giving season finale energy. I mean, it took exactly 23 hours before Jaden Alexis jumped online and started swinging. So picture this. Blueface goes live, looking all calm and collected, hanging with Krishan Rock and Little Rock Jr. He's holding the baby, smiling, acting like the world's most reformed dad. Fans are actually shocked, like, wait, is this the same Blueface? But just when people start to think it's all peace and healing, boom, Jaden enters the chat. She posts, PSA, I did not approve for no cracked out chick to be around my kids. I hope everyone's still there when I get there. I'm on my way, girl. She didn't even use punctuation. That's how mad she was. Now here's where it turns into a full-blown soap opera. Apparently, Blueface's mom, Carlissa, is the one who picked up Jaden's kids and brought them to see Blueface and Krishan without telling her. So Jaden's out here thinking her kids are at grandma's house, and suddenly they're on live playing mini golf with Krishan and the baby. Twitter is already calling this the Baby Mama Olympics because nobody does chaos like this family. Blueface trying to look like a responsible dad.
Tonight, terrifying moments playing out close to 205 feet in the air after riders say a child's seatbelt became unlatched on the Mamba roller coaster in Kansas City, Missouri, captured in this photo.
The first drop halfway through the hill, I'm sorry, this is really emotional because this little girl, the scream that she screamed, I've never heard anything like that before in my entire life.
Cassie and Chris Evans say they were riding the Mamba at the Worlds of Fun theme park earlier this month when they heard the young girl's screams.
Then she said, my seatbelt came off. There was this big of a gap between her and the lap bar.
The Mamba, the park's tallest roller coaster, reaching speeds of 75 miles per hour. The two quickly clutching both the girl and her friend until the end of the 3-minute ride. Afterward, reporting the incident to a ride attendant. According to the Missouri Department of Public Safety, more than 20 lap belts were not functioning properly when inspected that morning.
The Miss Universe pageant in Thailand witnessed a shocking incident that stunned the world. Miss Mexico was publicly humiliated by the director and walked off the stage in defiance, triggering a chain reaction. When all contestants were asked to share their promotional stories, Miss Mexico politely requested to confirm the content with the director first. Instead, she was publicly screamed at and called a mute by the director. Security quickly intervened, but she calmly packed her belongings and resolutely walked off the stage. Unexpectedly, other contestants, including the reigning Miss Universe, followed suit, instantly igniting the entire venue. In an interview, Miss Mexico stated, "I love Thailand. I love the Thai people, but the director's behavior was utterly disrespectful. She had only intended to deliver her performance with goodwill, yet found herself forced to endure humiliation. This incident sparked heated online debate. Was her exit a courageous stand or an overreaction? Regardless of perspective, this moment has become one of the most shocking controversies in Miss Universe history. The stage is not only a showcase of beauty and talent, but also a test of dignity and fairness. Do you think Miss Mexico and the other contestants acted appropriately? Or should they have endured on stage?
In this kitchen, there's no recipe for what Brian Ware is cooking, because what he's cooking isn't dinner.
We take the sorted crayons, melt it down. You can see some of the papers coming off here.
Almost looks like spaghetti.
Yes.
He calls it his crayon initiative. And on a good day, Ware will melt down and crank out 4,000 crayons using what looks kind of like a waffle maker that he designed.
This living room den has turned into crayon storage. You've got boxes and boxes of all of these crayons. And check this out. In the time that we've been here, right here on the front porch, more deliveries.
At a community event this week, 100 volunteers gathered to help. And once packaged, Ware sends them to local hospitals. Ateka Zavala is recovering from spinal surgery, and coloring helps her forget the pain.
It's a place where I get to escape from everything and really focus.
One father's simple idea, turning unwanted crayons into unlimited possibilities.
This is how NFL star Marshawn Nealon died. On November 6th, 2025, the Dallas Cowboys announced the heartbreaking death of defensive end Marshawn Nealon. He had become one of the team's most promising young players, quiet, humble, and powerful on the field. Teammates said he never chased fame, only greatness. Born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Marshawn played college football at Western Michigan before being drafted by the Cowboys in 2024. Just days before his death, he posted a video from practice, laughing with teammates and talking about big goals ahead. But that night, tragedy struck. Marshawn was found unresponsive in his apartment in Frisco, Texas, near the Star, the Cowboys training facility. Emergency crews rushed him to Baylor Scott and White Medical Center, where doctors fought to revive him for nearly an hour before declaring him dead. The news spread fast. Teammates gathered at the practice field in silence, many in tears. Fans left flowers and jerseys outside the stadium. Marshawn's sudden passing reminded everyone how fragile life can be, even for those who seem strongest.
Ice cream that doesn't melt?
This was taken out of the freezer 24 hours ago.
Social media is exploding with shocked reaction to the ice cream that doesn't thaw.
The ice cream does not melt.
This video has 20 million views. The drumstick ice cream cone has been a popular treat for nearly a century. It was invented in 1928 and has been part of Americana ever since.
This is a butter pecan drumstick.
The drumstick even debuted its first Super Bowl commercial earlier this year.
Where did you all get those?
Now it's become a social media phenom, with people doing everything imaginable to get them to melt.
A 350-degree oven for the past 15 minutes.
We conducted a test of our own. That's a regular ice cream cone, and that's the drumstick. After 4 hours under hot camera lights, the ice cream cone melted completely, and the drumstick merely fell apart. Turns out drumsticks are not really ice cream. It's technically a frozen dairy dessert. Jacqueline London says drumsticks have binding ingredients that include propylene glycol monostearate and cellulose gum. The net result? The drumstick won't melt.
They're back. Fox News warned you about a band of scoundrels who've been accused of scamming dozens of people. They offer to asphalt your driveway for a price that balloons as soon as the work begins.
He came in the front door and he said, "My boss has an extra load of asphalt left over."
Laura Lynn Snow was about to say no thanks when the man told her the price, $2,600. But 10 minutes later, he's back inside her office with every move captured on their cameras.
He comes in here and tells me that it was going to be $10,000.
And this is the guy they did business with, Jerry Allen Sawyer. He's been selling asphalt and collecting victims for years. She said he told her it wouldn't cost her more than $80.
I about dropped dead when he said
$10,000.
And if you refuse to pay, like Jerry Oliphant did,
they threatened to sue me, they threatened to put a lien on my house.
You can see from this video, they even surrounded him. He eventually relented and gave them $9,000, 3 times what he was told the price would be.
Our camera repeatedly caught Tampa Solid Waste Truck 1277 parked with its engine running. GPS records show it was in the same spot 93 minutes that day.
See plenty of garbage around that he could be picking up right now.
On another afternoon, GPS reports indicate truck 1277 was in the same spot for 2 hours 25 minutes before it headed back to the yard. The employees in the truck make about $20 an hour. Mark Wilfock is director of Tampa Solid Waste Department. He oversees 200 employees who collect garbage and recycling from 79,000 homes and businesses.
We have discovered some of that behavior probably maybe about a year ago or so.
But even though every truck is equipped with GPS tracking, managers didn't know this crew was sitting around until we asked for the records. We followed solid waste trucks for weeks and found them riding all over the city during early afternoon hours, burning up fuel you paid for. Sometimes employees stopped for meals or snacks. Other times they hung out with colleagues. But rarely did we see trucks picking up garbage during the afternoon.
They have now identified the woman who threw scalding hot coffee at a McDonald's worker and why this whole thing happened. The woman was identified as Kashara Brown. This happened at a McDonald's in Michigan after she was seen going inside, raging that she waited more than an hour for her online order and demanded a refund. She was heard screaming, going back and forth with the manager, calling her a liar before things got really out of control. The manager said, "You've got your coffee, that's all you were charged for," and even gave her the refund but said it would take up to 48 hours. But as the worker turned to walk away, Kashara tore off the lid of the large cup that she was just served, leaned over the counter, and threw it on the worker's back. She said, "F you, catch that hot coffee," and you can hear the manager screaming in pain as Kashara immediately flees. Thankfully, the worker only suffered minor injuries and a warrant has since been issued for Brown's arrest because within minutes of the video being posted, police were able to identify her. Authorities said they knew exactly where she lives, but when they got there, Kashara was nowhere to be found. We're asking anyone with information to call 911, but let me know what you guys think about this, and as always, I'll keep you guys updated.
This is how they found the body of the Latina woman who went to the wrong house to clean. What was supposed to be a normal workday ended in tragedy in Indiana. Maria Florinda Rios Perez, a 32-year-old Guatemalan woman and mother of 4, was found dead in front of a house she had mistakenly arrived at to perform cleaning tasks. According to the police report, Maria and her husband had gone to the residence they believed was correct for their work. However, it was the wrong address. When trying to open the door, the homeowner, thinking it was an attempted intrusion, fired his gun. Officers who arrived at the scene found the woman's body at the entrance, while her husband remained by her side. No signs of struggle or prior injuries from the shooting were detected. Authorities stated that the incident occurred under Indiana's Stand Your Ground laws, which allow the use of lethal force if a perceived threat is present inside the property. Maria's family has demanded justice and that the responsible party face charges, emphasizing that the victim posed no danger.
A father says he spent more than $100,000 to restore a vintage truck.
But years after taking it in, the truck isn't even close to being finished.
2 years ago, Tim Hayes had an idea.
My son always likes truck. He's been a truck kid.
So he made his son, 14 years old at the time, a promise to restore a vintage truck and give it to him on his 16th birthday. The two got to work and found this 1967 Ford. They took it here to Classic Corner Iconic Cars in Oklahoma City to have it restored.
They told me that it would probably be done around July.
But long quickly turned to longer. Still now, almost 2 years later, with his son's 16th birthday just a couple weeks away, the truck is still nowhere near ready. To make things even more complicated, Tim says Jim with Classic Corner continued sending him invoices for work he claimed was happening on the truck. To date, Tim says he's paid Classic Corner more than $115,000 worth of invoices.
Breaking news, an 18-year-old has mysteriously died while on a Carnival cruise ship. Here's everything you need to know. 18-year-old Anna was on the cruise ship traveling from Miami to the Caribbean when she passed away on Saturday. However, authorities have not released the exact circumstances surrounding her passing. At this time, the FBI is now investigating. It is more than likely the FBI is investigating because it occurred on international waters. The ship then returned to Miami on Saturday. Carnival cruise ship said, quote, "Our focus is on supporting the family of our guest and cooperating with the FBI." At this time, authorities have not confirmed the nature of the investigation nor the cause or date of her passing. However, some inside sources are claiming that it occurred on the 8th floor and that she was wrapped in a sheet and found underneath her bed. There was initial reports that she was 16 years old. However, her family has confirmed that she is in fact 18. They also hope she will be remembered for her generosity and that she was deeply involved in volunteering in her grandparents' 55 and older neighborhood. She also was known for helping out local businesses in her hometown of Titusville, Florida. As previously mentioned, authorities have not yet confirmed how her passing occurred. To stay up to date on this case, make sure you click the playlist below. I'll keep you guys updated. What do you think? Drop in the comments.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police.
I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over. But in the end, even he had something nice to say.
They do have like some of the best pizza in town, if you like deep dish pizza.
Well, Bill tells me he's going to picket every Sunday until the restaurant rethinks.
I have both talked to you about speaking Spanish in my classroom.
The teacher who forbids students from speaking their native language has already committed a federal offense. Her name is Lisa Barr at Lutheran High in Missouri. She got into trouble because she spoke Spanish at school. Some teachers, driven by power and prejudice, refuse to hear other languages. Students have the right to speak their native language. Whether a student speaks another language does not depend on a teacher's comfort. It is a right protected by law. Yet today, there are still people who believe speaking Spanish means you're talking badly about someone. Speaking Chinese means you're not respecting America. That is not a legal issue. That is a prejudice issue. Never forget your culture. Keep speaking Spanish. The fact is, a child asked a classmate for help in Spanish and was scolded. This is America. Speak English. These are not discipline incidents. This is language discrimination, cultural humiliation, and abuse of power.
3 years after buying this property, the Henrys received a letter from their homeowners association
saying that they were doing an audit, and they noticed that I had a shed in my backyard and it wasn't approved by my homeowners association.
Gavin, who is a disabled veteran, told the HOA the shed was there before he bought the property, and none of his neighbors have ever complained. That's when he was told it was now his responsibility to remove or change it or else.
Put a lien on my house, and this is the problem now.
But that was only the beginning of his problems.
Since you can't see this shed from the front yard and no one came knocking at the Henrys' front door, they asked their homeowners association how they were able to perform an audit. That's when they were told over the phone that Google Maps was used to scope out their backyard.
It's an invasion of our privacy, for one.
The company that manages the HOA, Alliance Association Management, told us the board that did the Google Earth search has since been changed. Gavin received this email on Thursday stating the shed would still need to go. When we contacted Alliance,
the girl who abandoned the blind woman was arrested for leaving her behind at the club. That night, though completely blind, she had relaxed under her friend's guidance and even danced briefly with a man she met by chance. Everything seemed perfectly fine, but who could have imagined that moments later, her friend vanished without a trace? The blind girl suddenly found herself trapped alone in the center of the crowded, noisy dance floor. Surrounded by blaring music and chaotic crowds, she could see nothing, instantly plunged into immense panic and utter helplessness. The person who brought her there should have been responsible for her safety. Sensing someone approaching with ill intent, she frantically fumbled for her phone. She tried to identify her friend by recalling what she was wearing, but to no avail. Thus, the blind girl, who depended entirely on her, was casually abandoned in the complex and dangerous environment of a nightclub. Now the police have arrested her friend, and the blind girl will sue her as this caused her severe emotional distress.
A child with autism was slapped by an adult man for touching a car on the road. On July 1st, 10-year-old Alfredo Morales and his sister crossed the street in Pacoima. At that moment, Alfredo reached out and touched the emblem on the man's Mercedes-Benz sedan. The man immediately turned around and followed his siblings to a bus stop where he stopped. The video shows that the man walked up to Alfredo sitting on the bench and slapped him. His sister tried to apologize for Alfredo's behavior, but the man still beat Alfredo. This scene was captured by bystanders and went viral online. Alfredo's father explained that Alfredo suffers from autism and often touches objects around him to explore his environment. When he saw his son being treated like this in the video, it made him particularly heartbroken. Subsequently, Alfredo's family sued the man. Their lawyer stated that this attack may be charged with personal injury. Although officials from the Los Angeles Police Department continue to investigate the incident, they point out that no charges have been filed yet. What kind of punishment do you think this man should receive?
A simple home improvement purchase turned into a nightmare for a local family. Now they want to warn all homeowners.
A $3,500 fridge ended up costing Bradley Bird an estimated $700,000. The Birds purchased the fridge in December from Costco. The new fridge, installed by a third-party contractor, was provided by Costco. Everything looked operational.
When my daughter got home from school that day, she FaceTimes me and says, "Dad, the house is underwater."
It wasn't until that frantic FaceTime 6 hours after the fridge was delivered that he realized the installer failed to properly install the water supply line.
So far, I have spent about $300,000 on repairs, mitigation, third-party charges for reports and testing, and to get our belongings moved out and into storage.
The estimated repair cost for this fridge delivery gone wrong, public adjusters say, is upwards of $700,000.
Kobe beef, the best of the best.
It's considered the tastiest beef money can buy. Japanese Kobe beef. How much is a single steak? As much as $600. You heard right.
The best steak I've ever had. Wow. It really does melt in your mouth. That's amazing.
You'd think the Kobe beef would be authentic. Just look at this small Kobe beef portion that I ordered for $110. Later, I asked the manager to see their Kobe beef certification.
I am sure we have the certification, absolutely.
Can we see it?
I'm sure you can.
Do you want to go back there and bring it out and show us?
Absolutely.
He never came back. The owner called later to say that they made a mistake and immediately changed the menu from Kobe beef to Japanese Wagyu, which is a less expensive Japanese beef. What makes Kobe beef so expensive? It comes from the Hyogo region of Japan, where purebred Kobe cattle are raised with a special diet. Their life here is, well, splendid.
Brent Rivera has now officially become the most unfollowed person on TikTok, and his follower count is dropping at an astonishing speed. Here's what happened. A few days ago, a girl posted a TikTok that went massively viral, getting over 10 million views. She said, "This is the 100th time I've unfollowed Brent Rivera because he keeps buying me back," meaning she keeps getting turned into one of Brent's followers for no reason, and every time she unfollows him, a few days later, it switches back to following again. That video freaked everyone out, and people started checking whether they were also bought as Brent Rivera's followers. And the crazy part is, a lot of people really did find themselves automatically following him, including me. More and more users began unfollowing him in groups. Now tons of people are checking their following list to see whether they were bought too. It's said that Brent has lost over 300,000 followers in the past few days, even though he still has around 50 million followers, and the drop doesn't affect him much. The biggest question now is, how many people became his followers without knowing and without ever choosing to? This whole situation is pretty weird, but also kind of interesting. What do you think? Are you going to check your account too?
This is reportedly America's largest tiny home community, and it will be housing people in need. 224 people who previously didn't have a place to sleep will soon move into their own tiny homes in Highland Park, California. Outreach teams went into the community to sign up unhoused people for move-in day. November 2nd, tiny home communities that transition people out of homelessness have not been welcomed everywhere.
Good idea, bad location.
Citizens in Reseda, California marched to an LA City councilman's home to protest after 50 tiny homes were built in their neighborhood. But Rosie Martinez, who lives just yards away from the new tiny home village,
this is going to help them get to a job and get permanent housing.
The tiny homes measure 8 feet by 8 feet and have heating, cooling, and electricity. Each tiny home reportedly cost the city about $8,000, including setup and delivery.
A YouTube star known for taking on food challenges had her eyes set on the menu at an Aurora pizza place. When the owner refused to serve her, her fans were outraged.
Steve-O's Pizza and Ribs. Hello? It's home to the OMG 28-inch pizza challenge, and the winner takes home $100.
I'm a YouTuber, and what I do is kind of like my own man versus food.
On Sunday, she set her eyes on Steve-O's pizza joint in Aurora. What she didn't expect was the owner's reaction.
He called me a dirty lie straight to my face. Like, I was like, why do you think I'm here to scam people? Like, I've never had a restaurant experience this bad.
The owner accused Raina of being a professional eater and didn't allow her to tackle the pizza challenge, even though the business does not have rules or regulations inside or online that disqualifies anyone from the contest.
And I'm like, I'm not a professional eater because I'm not part of the professional eating league, and I don't compete in like the Nathan's hot dog.
Raina was kicked off the property.
Of course. Bye-bye.
The fiance of 36-year-old Nick Acker says she never imagined he'd lose his life in such a horrific way here at home. Stephanie Josh says Nick worked the midnight shift as a mechanic at this U.S. Postal Service facility in Allen Park. But last weekend, when he didn't return home and then didn't return her texts or calls, she started to panic.
So I went up there and went to the fence in the intercom, and I was talking to some girl, and I was like, listen, not to sound crazy, but my fiance is missing.
Stephanie says after an hour of waiting by the gate,
she tells me he never punched out and they're looking for him. All of a sudden, an ambulance, a fire truck, cop cars are all coming in. No one will let me through the gate. No one will talk to me.
2 hours after that, Stephanie says she was told her fiance, who she describes as sweet, generous, someone who understands her like no one else, was dead.
I dropped to my knees crying.
Breaking news, America. We have major problem. A large-scale recall has just been announced involving a Target product sold at all stores. We are referring to the Favorite Day Bakery brand Frosted Cookies, one of the most popular brands in the cookie category. The recall was initiated after wood chips were found in the product, which could cause choking, death, and health problems, posing a fatal risk. If you have this product at home, do not consume it. Please return it for a refund and dispose of it properly. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has classified this recall as a Class 2 recall, meaning the product may cause temporary or reversible health issues. The recall involves approximately 803 cases of the product, totaling over 12,000 packages of 10-piece cookies sold across 20 states and the District of Columbia. The product was distributed from warehouses in Connecticut, Maryland, and Ohio and sold at Target stores and online channels. Affected products can be identified by their barcode and batch number. No reports of illness or injury have been received to date, but officials warn that consuming these cookies may pose a choking hazard or cause injury.
They killed my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
Breaking news, girl La 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 is deceased. The incident occurred yesterday, November 14th in Broward County, Florida. 21-year-old girl La 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 is a social media influencer and makeup artist. However, on Friday night, she lost her life in her own apartment. This was at the hands of her boyfriend, who SHOT her. They said the wound occurred to her chest. As of 11/14, the suspect in this case has been arrested on first degree and premeditated. It has also been stated through many social media postings that the two had a very bad relationship in terms of DV. However, at this point in the investigation, they have not publicly confirmed a motive, but the relationship between the victim and the suspect is under close scrutiny. Authorities are continuing to gather evidence, and a formal court date has been set for the upcoming weeks. As you can see behind me, the suspect in this case was arrested on 11/14 by Lauderdale Lakes Police Department. Pause to read. Here is an additional look at the charges. Pause to read. To stay up to date on this case, make sure you click the playlist below.
When this kitten boarded the New York City subway like she was just casually commuting to work, she did so with the spunk of a middle-level meownager who had somewhere to be. She trotted onto the 2 train in Harlem during rush hour, with witnesses saying she looked determined, as if she were heading to a job interview or planning to unionize. But this, in fact, wasn't just a regular morning commute. The kitten was terrified and meowing so loudly that one woman said her heart was in her throat the entire ride. That woman was Betsaida. And once another passenger finally managed to catch the kitten, she didn't hesitate to step in. Even though she was on her way to work, Betsaida got off at the next stop, called her boyfriend, and the two immediately jumped into action for the kitten that they named Emmy. And the woman who took the subway video, despite her own cat allergies, went back to the platform to make sure no other kittens had been left behind, and they hadn't. Betsaida and her boyfriend took Emmy to the vet, where they confirmed she didn't have a microchip, made sure she was healthy, and even gave her a special award to celebrate her bravery. Emmy is now officially retired.
Multiple outlets are now reporting that singer David has been identified as a suspect in connection with the death of Celeste Rivas. 14-year-old Celeste's remains were found in September in the front trunk of David's Tesla. And since September, there have been little to no updates about the investigation. Until now, because an LAPD source with direct knowledge tells multiple outlets, including NBC4 and TMZ, that David has been identified as a suspect. The source also tells NBC4 that he has not been cooperative in the investigation. The police tell NBC4 that Celeste's death likely occurred in the spring, and that David likely had help in dismembering and disposing of her body. The medical examiner is still working to determine the cause of her death. Investigators are still awaiting toxicology results. And TMZ reports that investigators are viewing Celeste's death as a homicide, but it's unclear if investigators have any suspects other than David. And the LAPD has told TMZ that they are not close to making an arrest. As usual, I will keep you updated with any more information. This case has just been so sad and disturbing. May Celeste Rivas rest in peace.
A Florida police officer was sentenced to prison for maliciously beating a man lying in a hospital bed. In August of this year, 26-year-old David O'Connell was arrested for resisting arrest. He was taken to the North Broward Health Center for an evaluation to determine the injuries he sustained during the arrest. The video shows O'Connell being taken to the ward and loudly demanding to leave.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to sign off.
Deputy Sheriff Reuben McCausland, 27, ordered O'Connell to shut up and sit down. O'Connor roared. McCausland angrily stepped forward, punched him in the face, then twisted his arm behind his back with force.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing
After the incident, McCausland claimed in the police report that O'Connell was the one who pushed him first. However, the body camera footage shows that O'Connell never shoved against his chest. The prosecutor noted that the victim had multiple facial injuries, including eye injuries, requiring surgical repair. McCausland was later fired, sentenced to 3 months in prison, and ordered to pay $20,000 in compensation.
If you see this blue bus anywhere in public, whatever you do, stay far away. Trust me, I am not kidding. Behind me is the Bonnie Blue bus, and well, inside the bus is Bonnie Blue herself, along with the driver and probably some other people as well, and they are basically driving all over to get Bonnie Blue to meet some new people and bringing them in to the bus. Now, I'm not going to go into too many details, but you could probably guess exactly as to what happens in the Bonnie Blue bus, and I could tell you 100% sure that you do not want to be a part of this at all. The fact that she is touring all over in this blue bus and doing what she is doing is just absolutely crazy. I cannot believe people, actually volunteer to do, what they do. But nonetheless, yeah, if you see this bus in public, just stay far away. You do not want to be involved in any way, shape, or form. And I'm curious to know your thoughts about all this.
So it appears we have another business for the boycott list. Another fast food chain, fast food high street chain, which has gone far further, which is Subway. Subway, the sandwich shop, is introduced a complete ban on ham, bacon, any pork products whatsoever. But not just in one branch, in 185 of their branches, all of their branches, and they're going to now prepare all of their meats in accordance with halal rules. Yes, you're catering to a certain subset of customers, But do you not realise that you are discriminating against the majority of your customers? And I absolutely 1,000,000% disagree with a high street chain that has 185 branches that caters to probably hundreds of thousands of people on a weekly basis suddenly say that everything we're going to do is now halal. Boycott Subway, hit them in their pockets, make them aware that they can't just be making these decisions without consultation, and they can't discriminate against the majority of the people that live in this country.
The kids who attacked the pregnant woman and her 9-year-old son were already arrested. The incident happened on the south side of Chicago. The mother and her son were walking home from school. When they reached an intersection, a group of minors suddenly surrounded them. In the video, the kids pushed the pregnant woman to the ground. Some of them even jumped over her one by one like they were playing a vaulting game. Others pushed her while laughing. Her 9-year-old son ran into the crowd. He used his small body to protect his mother's stomach. He was shaking with fear, but he still tried his best to protect her. The pregnant woman had sickle cell anemia. Any small injury could cause life-threatening complications. This was not a prank. It was a violent assault. The boy had been bullied by this group for months. The mother called the police and reported it to the school, but no one did anything. People only paid attention after the video went viral. This time, the justice system took a rare, strong stance. All of the minors involved were charged, and their parents also had to face responsibility. The judge even wrote that juvenile violence often comes from a lack of family guidance. Police presence around the school was increased, and both the children and their parents were formally charged.
That teenager who shoved her friend off a 60-foot-high bridge will spend as much time in jail as her friend spent in the hospital. Attorneys thought they'd worked out a plea deal to keep the young woman out of jail, but the judge had another idea.
Punishment for the teen who pushed her friend off a bridge. 19-year-old Taylor Smith was in tears as she was escorted away in handcuffs after being sentenced to 2 days in jail. The ruling surprised both sides. Taylor had pled guilty to reckless endangerment, and prosecutors recommended no jail time. But the judge refused to go along. Jordan plunged 60 feet into the water, landing chest first. She suffered 6 broken ribs and punctured lungs. At the sentencing, Taylor said she was sorry. Then off she went to jail for 2 days. Jordan says she's ready to move on.
I think it's probably just as emotional for her as me. I'm happy it's over.
Taylor Smith was also ordered to spend 38 days on a work crew.
Well, an amazing story in Laurel tonight. A driver who had his rims stolen off his car didn't just report it to police and move on.
That's right, because this guy decided to play detective himself, and he ended up finding the thief selling his stolen rims on Craigslist.
This Dodge Charger is James Ingram's pride and joy. When he saw what thieves had done to it in his own driveway, it hurt.
I was crushed. I was like, why would someone do that to my car? I worked so hard for it.
Ingram decided to do something about it. He went hunting for his stolen rims on Craigslist. There are a lot of ads for rims, but sure enough, he found his.
So I clicked, I was like, wow, this is my these are my wheels. So I called the police.
So the police, posing as buyers, called the number on the Craigslist ad and set up a meeting. At the scheduled time and place, police say a man named LeVar Petty rolls in.
If you can sell them online, that could be the police that's contacting you. I was surprised, but he slipped up, so that's what happens.
I've had 24 shrimp. I ate 51 shrimp. I ate 50 shrimp.
Has the Red Lobster restaurant chain eaten itself into bankruptcy by offering its famous endless shrimp deal?
Red Lobster's endless shrimp is kind of a big deal.
Social media users turned the all-you-can-eat shrimp offer into a food challenge.
Let's go.
This guy's chowing down plate after plate.
You got orders 30 and 31?
That's 31 plates filled with shrimp, including the shrimp linguine Alfredo and coconut shrimp.
Definitely getting more of these.
These ladies are also taking the challenge.
My goal is to eat 65 shrimps tonight. 25 shrimps tonight. Eat 45 shrimps tonight.
Now, without warning, Red Lobster has announced it's closing 99 restaurants across the USA, all because the popular chain apparently bit off more than it could chew. Last summer, the company announced the endless shrimp deal as a permanent fixture on the menu. But way more customers took advantage of the deal than expected, triggering an $11 million loss.
A school bus driver in Jefferson County was brutally beaten by students. While transporting them, the incident began when school bus driver Laura Owen asked a man to get off the bus because he kept weaving through the aisles, endangering her safety. At this moment, the man's girlfriend approached Owen from behind and spoke to her. The surveillance footage shows the female student played the phone call, in which someone claiming to be her mother to Owen, who then repeated the threats from the call.
I heard she's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me.
Feeling the danger, Owen once again demanded the female student to get out of the car. After refusing to get off, the student returned to their seat and then came back to Owen. Beginning to assault him, Owen attempted to resist but was powerless. After the beating, the female student got out of the car and left. The passengers on the school bus dialed the emergency number. Subsequently, Owen was taken to the hospital where a diagnosis of concussion was confirmed, accompanied by persistent tinnitus, headaches, and neck pain. Currently, the female student and her boyfriend have been arrested. Finally, Owen stated in the interview,
"This situation should have never happened."
What punishment do you think this female student should receive?
So how did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away. Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof and she was shocked when they said no.
Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed. The company that took off her roof by mistake is 5 Stars Roofing of Markham. We want to be responsible for what we did. We will do her roof for free. If she wants us to do it, we can schedule it.
This is Nicole Staples. She's from the Green Bay, Alabama area, and that video showed her hitting her son 23 times with a leather belt while screaming at him and pulling his hair. All because he apparently didn't finish up some chores. Now check this out. She works as a teacher, 2nd grade teacher at a Christian school. It's called Cottage Hill Christian Academy, and she was recently voted Teacher of the Year. But since that video came out, they fired her. I mean, he began recording before she even began hitting him. So either he knew exactly what was going to happen because it's happened before, or stuff had already been happening that prompted him to start recording. I will never in a million years understand how a mother could treat their children like that. Now, I don't know where the father is in all of this. My friend True Crime with Megan heard that he's out of town, but she doesn't know if they're together or divorced. But I can tell you that she has now been arrested, and she's facing a charge of willful abuse to a child under 18, and she'll appear in court on Friday for a bond hearing. I hope she gets everything that she has coming her way.
When this mom bought a slinky, sparkly gown at Goodwill, little did she know how special it was in the annals of fashion history. The tag inside reads Black Tie by Oleg Cassini. Yup, the one and only Oleg Cassini. He's the designer who dressed Jacqueline Kennedy for JFK's inaugural ball in 1961. That's right, the man who put Jackie in that iconic cape and matching gown also made this sequin gown. So how much did mom of 2 Kansas Mahaki pay for this gem at the thrift store in Austin?
$14.99. Do not have the words. Look at the detail.
How did you find it?
I saw a twinkle out of the corner of my eye and beeline straight to the dress. I had no idea what I had. I just knew that it was fabulous. I just typed in the name into Google search and it popped up with a bunch of pictures of Jackie Kennedy, and I was like, oh wow.
Jackie Kennedy adored Oleg Cassini. He made her the fashion icon we still admire to this day.
He was just trying to steal something, and now you've electrocuted him to death. You need to take responsibility for this.
A thief was electrocuted while attempting to steal electrical wiring, and now his family is suing the charging company for $3 million. The incident happened late at night in Houston. Texas surveillance footage shows 18-year-old Darius Johnson sneaking up to an electric vehicle charging station. He planned to cut out the copper wiring and sell it for cash, but the moment he sawed through the cable's insulation, a powerful surge of electricity shot through his body, lighting up the area for a split second before he collapsed to the ground. It wasn't until the next morning that a janitor discovered his body and called the police. When officers and paramedics arrived, Darius had no signs of life. The coroner's report concluded he died from cardiac arrest caused by a high-voltage electric shock. A few days later, Darius's family filed a lawsuit against the charging station operator, Volt Edge Energy, claiming the company failed to take adequate safety precautions and was therefore responsible for his death. After reviewing the case, the judge dismissed the lawsuit, stating, "The operator fulfilled its reasonable safety obligations. The victim knowingly engaged in illegal activity, and his death was the direct result of his own actions." The court ultimately ruled that Volt Edge Energy was not liable and ordered Darius's family to pay $30,000 in damages for the equipment he destroyed. Do you think the judge's decision was fair? Share your thoughts in the comments.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police.
I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over. But in the end, even he had something nice to say.
They do have like some of the best pizza in town, if you like deep dish pizza.
Well, Bill tells me he's going to picket every Sunday until the restaurant rethinks.
This is how TikTok star Marquet the Goat passed away. Right after America lost one of its brightest young creators, a kid who made millions laugh every single day. But behind that smile, nobody knew he was fighting something much darker. Just one day before his death, he complained about strange headaches and dizziness, but refused to go to the hospital, telling his friends it would go away on its own. When a close friend entered his $2 million apartment, he found Marquet collapsed next to his desk. And that's where things get even stranger. Under the desk was a small metal box his family had never seen before. Inside were unlabeled pills and a handwritten note that said, "Just need to finish one more video." Doctors now believe those unknown substances may have triggered a fatal reaction, but investigators still don't know who gave them to him or why he took something he had never used before. The mystery around that box is what has the internet in complete chaos. Fans are heartbroken, unable to understand how someone so talented, so loved, could disappear this suddenly and silently. What do you think? Was this a tragic accident, or is there something deeper behind his death? Drop your thoughts in comments.
My son only tried to rob you, and you took his life. That was an abuse of force, Tammy. You must pay for this.
A military veteran has been charged with murder after shooting and killing 3 teenagers who broke into his home. The parents of the teens are now demanding that the court sentence the veteran to death. According to police in Georgia, the 3 masked teens showed up at the veteran's home.
They kicked in the front door and entered the home to rob it, unaware that the homeowner was a former soldier. The veteran opened fire as soon as they entered. One of the teens fired back, triggering a violent shootout. A neighbor, startled by the gunfire, immediately called 911. When officers arrived, they found all 3 teens shot multiple times in the head and chest. Paramedics pronounced all 3 dead at the scene. Confirmed that among the dead were 2 brothers, ages 15 and 16. After the autopsy report revealed that a total of 28 bullets had been recovered from the teens' bodies, their parents were furious, calling the homeowner's actions beyond excessive. They insisted the shooting was brutal and demanded that prosecutors charge the veteran with murder and seek the death penalty. The homeowner, however, maintains that he acted in life was in immediate danger. Under Georgia's self-defense and stand your ground laws, authorities determined that his actions fell within the bounds of lawful self-defense. This veteran once fought to defend his country. Now alone in his own home, he fought to defend himself. Do you think this was justified self-defense, or did he go too far? Share your thoughts in the comments.
A tragic story. We are hearing tonight from the parents of the boy killed on that extreme water slide billed as the world's largest. Their emotional and candid account of the unimaginable. Matt Gutman sat down with the family, who has a message for us all.
On the August day the Schwabs went to the world's tallest water slide, admission was free for the families of state legislators. But that thrill ride would cost the Kansas state legislator and his wife what was most dear.
6 went to the park and 5 came back.
When they got to the park, Caleb and his 12-year-old brother Nathan went right to the 170-foot scaffold of verrückt, which means insane in German. The park billed it as an extreme thrill ride.
Before they took off, I said, "Brothers, stick together." And he says, "I know, Dad."
It was the last time his parents would see Caleb alive.
There was a gentleman who wouldn't allow me to come close enough to see what was going on. And he just kept saying, no, trust me.
It's a heartbreaking drama. A desperate mom drops to her knees as a cruise ship leaves her behind, and her 3 children are on board. The incident was caught on camera by passengers on board the Norwegian Breakaway cruise ship in the Bahamas. The ship, one of the largest afloat, was at dockside, preparing to depart for New York. But one passenger was missing. It was this guy's wife. He was driven away in a buggy to look for her, leaving their 3 children on board. Minutes later, you can hear the ship's horn and shouts from the other passengers as the ship sails off. The couple can see what's happening as they race back to the ship, but it's too late. The husband leaps from the buggy, waving his arms. The mom also runs to the ship, waving. Then she drops to her knees in tears.
The wife came over and was basically begging and yelling that, hey, I've got kids. And then she dropped to her knees and started, praying, and it was tough to watch.
The ship went beyond normal protocol and waited an additional half hour. It was decided the husband would disembark with their travel documents to wait for his wife.
Singer and reality star Ray J was arrested on Thanksgiving after a chaotic incident at his home involving Princess Love and their children. The situation unfolded publicly as Ray J was live streaming on Twitch, complaining that he was having the worst Thanksgiving ever and suggesting he was about to pow someone in the house. Moments later, he stood up from his computer holding what appeared to be a gun. Princess Love then entered the room, saying she was taking the kids and leaving. An argument broke out, with Princess accusing Ray J of pointing the weapon at her and their children. Ray J denied it, insisting he never pointed anything at anyone. The tension escalated when another man approached Ray J, leading to an off-camera scuffle that was clearly audible. The man tried to calm Ray J, telling him to leave the house. Police were eventually called, and Ray J was taken into custody. Spending Thanksgiving in a jail cell shocked fans, but many say the warning signs were there. His relationship with Princess Love has long been turbulent.
In Florida, a man experienced what might be the craziest moment of his life while withdrawing cash from an ATM. The machine suddenly malfunctioned, spewing out cash like crazy, piling up a small mountain within minutes. When police arrived, they confirmed the machine had indeed released $1.2 million due to a system error. Shocked, the man immediately called the police and notified the bank, but days later, the nightmare began. During its count, the bank discovered a $500 discrepancy and charged him with unlawful possession, demanding $10,000 in damages covering repairs, lost wages, and system downtime costs. The man insisted he hadn't taken any money, even staying at the scene to wait for police. Yet the bank's lawyer argued that taking even a single dollar, if that ATM spit out $1.2 million right in front of you, what?
Fluffy goes from comedy king to box office disaster. What happened to his show? At a recent performance in Louisville, the entire venue was filled with empty seats. Fans are furious, saying, "Fluffy sold out." The once beloved comedian who could always make people laugh now struggles to even sell out his own show. The venue was almost empty, and fans are starting to question whether he's still the down-to-earth comedian he once was. He's no longer the humor master who brought joy to everyone, but rather a brand that has compromised for commercial gain. Fans' anger goes beyond just the show's failure. They believe Fluffy has become too commercialized, no longer the old friend they could laugh with. On social media, the audience's voices are growing sharper, questioning whether he has sacrificed his comedic soul for profit. Fluffy's box office crisis is more than just a sign that he's no longer funny. It's a clash between fame and money, between creativity and commerce. Will the once relatable comedy star be completely consumed by commercial interests? Can the audience still buy into his jokes, or have they already seen through the game behind it?
He saved your life, didn't even get a thank you, and now you're suing him? What the hell is wrong with you?
A security guard saved a woman who was about to be hit by a trolley, only to be accused of sexual harassment due to inappropriate contact. According to Los Angeles police, 32-year-old Daniel Reed noticed Jessica Moore walking toward the trolley tracks while looking down at her phone. A trolley was rapidly approaching, just seconds away from hitting her. Daniel reacted immediately, grabbing her and pulling her out of the danger zone just as the trolley passed by. Surveillance footage later confirmed that his actions prevented a major accident. However, Jessica later filed a complaint, claiming that Daniel's actions were inappropriate and violated her personal boundaries. Her legal team argued that even in an emergency, no one has the right to touch another person without consent. The case sparked a nationwide debate. Millions of people online stated that Daniel saved her life and should be rewarded, not accused. Others insisted that, regardless of intent, physical boundaries must be respected. Daniel has maintained that his only intention...
Well, for this girl, every day is June 11th, and it's not a joke. Here's her story.
Kind of in a fog, and it's like everything's...
Riley has a rare case of amnesia. Each day she wakes up, she believes it's June 11th. Sound familiar? Yep, it's very much like the classic Bill Murray comedy Groundhog Day.
Rita, I'm reliving the same day over and over.
But what Riley is going through is no laughing matter.
Like, my last memory is of me at the dance.
The trouble started when Riley attended a dance this past June 11th. A boy was crowd surfing and accidentally fell on her. Riley hit her head and was rushed to the hospital where she began having seizures. Doctors ran tests, but everything came back normal.
I do not wish this on anybody. This is horrible. This is torture.
Every 2 hours, Riley's memory is wiped clean, making driving a nightmare. She often forgets where she parked.
It's pretty scary because it's the total opposite of what I was.
Natalie thought that knocking Piper Raquel down would let her steal all the spotlight, but Piper turned her into a laughingstock with just one move. Moments ago, Natalie invited Piper Raquel to film a collaborative video. However, halfway through the shoot, Natalie suddenly and intentionally used her hip to push Piper away from the camera, sending Piper flying into a wall nearby. Meanwhile, Natalie didn't care at all and continued dancing alone in front of the camera. Natalie had assumed this would embarrass Piper and let herself hog the entire camera, but Piper ruined her plan completely with a single counter move. First, after posting the third-person footage of herself being intentionally knocked away by Natalie, Piper immediately released a new video together with Sophie Rain. In the video, the two danced in perfect harmony, with no attempt to compete for camera time at all. This instantly made Natalie's act of deliberately shoving Piper look both childish and rude. What's more, Piper even convinced Sophie Rain to isolate Natalie together. When the three of them filmed a video, Piper deliberately stood very close to Sophie while keeping Natalie at a distance, making Natalie look like an extra outsider. This led many netizens to mock Natalie. Even if she goes to great lengths to steal the spotlight, she still can't fit into the core circle of internet celebrities at all.
Please help me! Please help me!
This is the shocking moment a man tries to kidnap a teenager in broad daylight. The 19-year-old girl was waiting for friends outside Liverpool Lime Street station when 25-year-old Osman Mollem approached her, said something she didn't understand, and suddenly grabbed her arm. He began pulling her away, ignoring her screams, even as she stumbled backwards onto the steps, but he kept dragging, smirking, as terrified passers-by watched. That's when an elderly couple stepped in, threatening to call the police. Yet unbelievably, Mollem didn't stop. Even after the teenager broke free, he followed her inside the station. Security immediately alerted British Transport Police, and this is the moment officers caught up with him and arrested him as he waited for a train.
Okay, and I've been witnesses, okay? So this moment in time you're under arrest for common assault, okay? You don't have to say anything, but it may harm his offence if you don't mention when questioned something.
In court, Mollem showed no remorse, despite crystal clear CCTV footage. He was found guilty of attempted kidnap. He's been jailed for 27 months.
Woman who had just bought this home in Southeast Houston was preparing to renovate it, but when she showed up Saturday to the house that was supposed to be on Wiggin Street, it was gone. So she called us and we spent the day digging into what happened. Our Courtney Fisher discovered the city tore it down. That's what Precinct 2 deputies and neighbors tell us. But Courtney, this woman says that she was never notified about what happened.
No one informed me anything. That's all I know. Now I have a deed. I have a lot. Home just disappeared.
We just got it confirmed from the city that their crews tore the house down back on February 22nd. They say, though, that it ordered it be demolished back 2 years ago, April 2021. So it took 2 years for it to happen. They say they never notified this woman because she wasn't the owner back then. Guys, this is where the house was. You can see now just a post with the address, not even a sign of the foundation. So the bottom line is, at this point, the woman bought the house is no longer here, and she basically wants some answers.
Police recently discovered that a woman named Lisa Carter had been living in a house in Indianapolis for 9 years without paying a single dollar in rent. 10 years ago, Lisa was working for a real estate company when her boss offered her a unique deal. She could live in one of the company-owned homes for free as long as she remained employed there. Lisa chose a 3-bedroom house and moved in. She assumed a formal lease would come later, but everything changed when her boss was sent to prison for mortgage fraud and the company collapsed. Still, Lisa stayed in the house and no one followed up. Unaware the home was occupied, the city listed it for auction. Lisa tried to buy it at a low price multiple times, but each auction was mysteriously canceled. Recently, a company from Singapore finally purchased the property. The surprising twist, the new owner told CBS this morning they want Lisa to stay. After discovering the roof had started leaking, the company offered to fix it and work out a formal lease agreement. This time, however, rent will be due. But at least Lisa gets to stay and start a new chapter legally.
It is haunting video of an 18-year-old making his first parachute jump while his mother watched. His chute never opened. Now a judge has found the owner of the skydiving school negligent to the tune of $40 million.
Tyler Turner was thrilled to go skydiving. Fighting back nerves, the 18-year-old taped this video. His mom, Francine, was there to see him off.
That's my mom over there. Hello, very loving mom. Done a lot for me in my life.
Here he is as he makes the big jump. Tragically, the parachute never opened. Tyler plummeted 13,000 feet to his death, attached to his tandem instructor, who was not certified and was also killed. Since the 1980s, the skydiving company in Lodi, California, reportedly has been linked to 20 other deaths. Tyler had a bright future ahead of him. He was looking forward to starting college with a full scholarship to study biomedical engineering, after a judge awarded the family $40 million.
Thank you, my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
Another terror attack. A children's birthday party in Stockton, California, was suddenly disrupted by gunfire, transforming a family gathering into a scene of mass casualties with 4 dead and 10 injured. Before 6 p.m., children were playing outside the banquet hall when bullets shattered the festive atmosphere. A total of 14 people, including children and adults, were shot. According to the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, this likely wasn't a random attack. Preliminary reports indicate local rappers MB Nell and Flyboy Dookie were among those shot, and investigators are determining whether the shooting targeted specific individuals. If confirmed, officers noted the attackers violated even the unwritten rules of street violence, bringing guns into a venue filled with families and children. 4 victims died at the scene, while 10 others were rushed to the hospital. No suspects have been arrested so far. What should have been a safe and joyful birthday gathering for children ended in chaos, trauma, and tragedy.